when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
Yeah,
then all you really need is hope.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights, you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hey everyone, good morning. Good morning, good morning. I'm not even going to go through the list. There's 64 of you in here right now, and I am sure that there are many more going to be joining us within the next couple minutes. You guys, we have so much going on today with this interrogation. I am excited yet dreading it at the same time. I don't know how I feel about listening to her voice nonstop for 5 hours, just blah, 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 yada, 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 yeah, whatever. I'm not, I'm not sure if I'm ready for it, but at the same time, I have a feeling that we are going to have quite a few moments that are probably going to end up being pretty funny. I can't wait to see her like shoving the tissues in her pants and all of that stupid stuff that she did. Yeah, exactly. I'm like torn between, do we zoom in on the TV through that so that we can watch the whole thing, or do we watch it split screen so that we can still see her in court? Main topic for today, yes. Letecia, or Legrecia, as some people are calling her now, does not bathe. I can't say any of us are shocked about that, though. We could see that in her backwards interview. It's likely, honestly, she was probably in a manic state and just did not bath throughout that whole time period. You vote split. I know a lot of us like to watch her because of being able to see. You're here for Junior's jokes. I don't know if she has any jokes today. I'll have to look for her and get her for break time. Good morning, Downtown Wonder. Split, maybe you're happy with whatever. I know. I know. You get so conflicted with what you want to see. The benefit of zooming on the TV, right? So the benefit of zooming on the TV is we can actually see better what's going on the little screen. Because normally, if you try to zoom in on it later, it's kind of like blurrier. But with that being said, zooming in on T is also just as interesting because she does odd things. Right. Obviously, none of her personalities like to bathe. I mean, I was thinking to myself because I read Michael's comment down below. It says junior reporting. And I was getting ready to say no, she's probably not going to because she's out playing. But maybe at some point. Hi, Jen Joya. We missed you yesterday afternoon during break. I was hoping you'd be able to come up, but maybe we can get you today on one of the breaks. Maybe the defense makes her wear car air fresheners. Yes, thank you so much, everyone who is choosing to be here with us today. Definitely remember to tap that like button, share it out, and all of the things. All of the things. You like to zoom in on Teabag. Oh, no, Rexy. I hope everyone got out okay. And like everything is fine other than obviously damage in your house, but that's so, so sad to hear. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Steve, same. She wanted to be she wanted to be this Kim Kardashian person, but wasn't. It's a contradiction with each other. I've always wondered like about the stuff that you can put into your hair to like make it shine more because in my opinion like shine is normally like a greasy type of look, but I know that like some people do have really healthy hair that shines naturally, like a clean shine, very very different than the shine that we've seen coming from tea. Ah, Flora, welcome to the Sleuth family. Welcome, welcome. Every membership that we get leads to new emojis. And I believe the Spudler said that she's going to be working on a teabag emoji for us. I know. I am too, Yorkie. This is one of those things whenever it first came out that we were all looking forward to. And and so I'm very eager to see what exactly it was that she said that kept them, I don't know, suspecting her and things like that. Obviously, the examination, the bruises and stuff on her hands obviously would have been red flags along with everything else that she did. But you know, what was it that morning of, I believe, was it the 28th or 29th? Let me see. What was it that morning, though, that led to them having her in there? Let's see. So it was January 29th. She stopped at the car wash, washed her car, and then was an hour and a half late arriving for her appointment with them. That was a voluntary appointment. She went in voluntarily. And of course, you know, after 5 hours, she had chest pains and had to leave, we found out. So it was a huge red flag. Huge red flag. I know. I know, Mama Bear. Good morning, Diane. Her brother was difficult to hear and understand yesterday. Do you mean volume-wise or do you mean emotionally? Very, very he was very emotional and that upset a lot of us, I guess. Yeah, like Grisha Kardashian. Poor Kardashians. I wonder if they even know this trial's going on right now and that they're being compared to her or that she has like been comparing herself to her, I guess. Yes, her voice grates on you. It's the matter of fact I'm smarter than you tone. Right. Hey, Brittany's here. Where? I see you guys saying hi to her. Hold on. Allegedly with Brittany. What's up? Guys, she broke down the Vallow case last night. They briefly talked about um about tea and stuff, but they really talked about the Ballows a lot last night, and she had a nice little panel up there with her. I fell asleep and then woke up about halfway through, but I did watch the replay this morning. They did a really great job. And I know that Brittany is breaking down these cases as well throughout the day. Let me get you guys her link, which honestly, most of you guys probably came from over there. So let me get you guys. Like I said, they were talking about the Valo, Daybell, tea, all the things last night. Here is her link. Yeah, I still don't understand how Al put up with her for over 5 years. Ugh. You've yet to hear the defense give a reason why she is so-called insane. Well, the thing is, though, that they don't have to give a reason why she is insane. The defense has no burden of proof at all. Nothing. None of it comes from the defense. It's up to the prosecution to prove that she was, in fact, sane. And so that's why the defense was getting upset yesterday whenever they started to here, they're coming already. They're starting early.
To make a little bit of a further record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then. 16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tellini has cited People versus Medina, 521 Pacific 2nd, 1247, Colorado, 1974, for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity. You can go ahead and have a seat if you want. I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina. And I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at a time, it was 1974. So it was back at a time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Yeah, cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of the dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallamanis, Galimanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997. Holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, the circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Stauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert and a sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane. But they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in the as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you want to make further record, sir?
Just briefly,
Go ahead.
in regards to the same nurse, think it's different for testifying whether or not she was mentally signed the releases and so forth. I think she has a training on that. And my objection, my objection her, she's saying, I think that has a legal connotation that she's not qualified or does not have the foundation. I understand the court's ruling, that's what my objection is too. And I understand there's Medina and there's, in my reading of Medina, is we're trying to two issues that the court had with the officers, with two basically law enforcement people testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time when they're contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing that the contact was of somewhat of a limited duration. In it, I think one of them only had like an hour-long interview with them. Tally, and I understand Tally, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant, whether this was, we've been supervising for years, or it's supervised for, a month. And so we don't necessarily have this that we had to focus on the time. It's depending on how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how to interpret Medina, even though it's a 50-year-old case. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I made the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, in the
that's fair.
For the district attorney, when they're asking that question, I'm objecting to, I'm going to have that foundation. And I think that would make sufficient difference, so they understand what the focusing on.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that you cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion of insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. And they can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Are you going to start with the video?
No, I'll start with some testimony first, obviously. Yeah. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Fine, it's all good. I'm positive. I can see it's fine. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook went.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stand in for him.
We're good to go then. Okay. All right. Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the Investigations Division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the Investigations Division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the Majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Gannon Stauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those, what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
Did that include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, um, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call
That's correct.
by the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child. But then later, when it was brought to our investigations, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note, or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was, yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened.
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then, as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Stauch?
No,
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
no,
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present, Albert was present, my partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present, myself, and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Stauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes,
So was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
Can I approach with People's Exhibit 335?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Stout and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I'd move forward admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Stauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
All right, go ahead.
I wasn't sure like what you're gonna be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys still want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
Okay. I'm Detective Bethel, by the way.
Okay.
This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm just a little. Yes. And I felt that. I guarantee you, okay, probably down there. So.
So we were just notified about what's going on again, and so I just want to start from the beginning, to make sure that I have accurate information. So your name, ma'am?
It's TECIA. And same last name, Stauch. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work now? Which school?
I don't know. I don't know if I think it's for the other college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about this Gannon. How old is he? 11?
Switch up it out. That's, I'm attention, and that's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we do based on the our mindset on it. So,
But someone actually takes.
yeah, technically last night, he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, yeah, we saw him on the camera, came in, did not look distressed. Bought some chips, left on foot. I mean, I can show you the text if you can see it. But
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I've left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was gonna say, I think that's a new one that opened up
Yes.
down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has boys that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I mean, I got all his parents' phone numbers and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So we have Braden.
I don't.
Braden, so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know. But Connor is the Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the web show initially, like, because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom is in the office the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
so this is one of them. That's,
Ian,
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
But that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is him. So,
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
we've been last week. Right?
yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15-ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15,
Yeah.
they changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Was it like snow days over there?
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
I don't even know the parents.
I'm looking.
He wants to meet them all on top of them, so he has all their numbers. I don't even, like, I know them from coming to our house. Like, I don't have it like down.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well. And they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because I've been playing with Sale all the time.
So they live on the next street over. And sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with. I just know their mom. Canberra is the mom, and that's her number right there. 801.
Oh, yeah.
CAMBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of,
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are like they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
so these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of her.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he doesn't. never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. See the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was, I stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we went hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah,
She's about the stomach. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, I don't know, a few miles out, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising on it. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all through the night. And you were either on the plane,
yeah, so that's
something,
on the way
we
up.
were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home? Because there was like, oh, this stuff coming out of me. And so I was like, I didn't want to go to school like that, scared because of like multiple underwear. Okay.
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
So,
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went and got the dogs, some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies. So we went and got a dog outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Coles, Nevada exit maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Coles right there. And so we went to Nevada with the Coles. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, but I wanted to make sure he was gonna eat and I made him some feeding light and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Petco came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you. That's where you.
Yeah, so he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. He was, because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
It burned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma. So he told me my tummy hurts, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, So he's worried about, Tisha said he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So let's look at that.
Yeah.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and we went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. That's kind of the end of it. That we need some more days. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her.
Okay, yeah.
He told her he was going to play. So,
Which he does.
which they do all the time. They walk out and they're like, where you going? Be back at such and such a time. And they're always, maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like this. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why she said I always like to walk over there and meet, hey, this is blah, blah, blah.
We don't know anyone with the car.
Yeah. With somebody funny that has an older sibling that drives, none of his friends that we're aware of. So
But there's like
from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with. And so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't, they hadn't seen him. And then they were like, well, this kid has an older brother or whatever. And they went to their house and they're like, no, we haven't seen him. So that's when it really was
gave
alarming.
us the information that Jimmy had an older sibling. So of course we all went,
We think it was
around.
putting people together.
Right. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door and they show the picture to Jimmy. Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter, she's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have a older child that drives. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that drove. But it was like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, you know, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He'd rather be at home playing his little Nintendo or, you know, watching cartoons. You know, sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And, you know, he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him to something like that. So that's why I had to come to grips with. I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of between ourselves kind of broke it down to we either feel like he's at a house where some of this stuff is going on. They convince, you know, that they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first. I'm like, can you give us any information? I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start with that dialogue. So can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, no, but I can go to the administration. So principal, somebody reached out last night. Her principal said he waited up front just to make sure he didn't come to school today, side or whatever. And an announcement is that hey, you have information, going to help Gannon. And
They also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came from this, where the principal said he's sending out all payments.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
That just came to us just now.
What kind of social media accounts does it have?
I don't even let him get online with these things. I have.
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone.
Yeah, it's in the truck, but like we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes.
You need to take it with you.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
I know we'll get to that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, Nintendo has a way that like the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
Or maybe he's somewhere and play this game on their Wi-Fi or something.
Is the Nintendo Switch missing?
Yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be right here. If I'm not too. Everything should be in there. I think that's it.
So other than the stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just he takes ADHD medicine, but that's never really caused him a problem. Other than he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time. So
That's his phone there.
yeah, that's 9-10 times the best.
2922.
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have subpoenaed information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found it said that police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and that's the phone. And he found something on the internet that said that. So it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so
Yeah.
we'll be able to find a contact
Okay.
if that service exists with that. Any,
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I was just sure about the issue.
Oh, yeah, he had looked up only one, something that was.
Oh, that's, where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home? Oh,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
you turned a 17-year-old. So, and biologically both of yours.
No, so I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's gonna be here. Right, but,
What is sister's name?
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
1/22/12.
And you have custody of both of them?
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to see her in summer. So we call it shared, but I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landens.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, HIOTT.
Date of birth?
11.
4/11/85. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay, what is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. HUNC, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes, I do.
What's Harley's date of birth?
51010.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly if I was meeting Elena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So, yeah, and she already has like a preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very,
It's worked out.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier, so many people been comment, so it's a lot.
Like I said, there, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know, I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that can be found, but it says, can my parent find myself in his office? So I don't know if he intended to take the phone.
What is this? Where does FGTV live?
That's, so this FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, or the kids watch, and they got.
Like famous YouTubers.
It's like a YouTube thing that's going on, so. But he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
ew, I don't want to do like, and
yeah, they just had a little puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her my.
To see if you get any searchable stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration of that you guys.
Declaration is probably
Somewhere up on-
somewhere.
It's all.
Yeah, it's probably,
Old Glory.
yeah, it's probably something that we were, it could have been things that.
What date was that?
10315 declaration.
When was that? So
It says Classic Homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Company was on Kearsarge, so.
Yeah.
Kearsarge or whatever. But we were driving around over there and somebody said that they saw a camera.
That was the.
On the Old Glory.
Address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But this, how does it make any sense? Cause he went the other direction.
I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because like,
So this is how it was, when I pulled up his map.
I don't have any.
That address. So when I click on it,
you just put Orson Ranch, so is that the random address for that office? Different address of declaration.
there Bring up with now to see, look for hours. I'll send the car down the back. We'll figure out what that is. I know it's right there, goes off to the south. The friends right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house, toward that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
That's like a 6.
Search. They're over here.
So this here is, it's a computer with wait, but we're gonna use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say, is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, in time, it would be good, started,
Yes.
that everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything, it just makes a copy of everything. And then we'll get it back to you and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's, you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it. And I would have to obtain a search warrant, if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so, yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching through that. Where might he go other than, does he have any other relatives in the area?
No,
No relatives in the area.
it's just us and those three friends who say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
We're listening to the car over there.
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt now, the address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I can show you all it's said.
in that text.
He said to me was bath salts, like, do we have any?
You wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, and let me pull up, so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
What did it do for you?
Oh, thank you.
And I got another water coming for you guys.
Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was overwhelmed by it. It starts right there, so you can just scroll down. So to get this details we did with him, he's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he's upset about that, but then you can read what's part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you say bath salts, I got on my phone with her and was like, hey, yeah, because we do have some legit bath salts and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like, get it all, hide it, put it away,
And I told him that
figure out what's going on.
you did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him, because I didn't.
So like, see, it's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry, when did you say you went to Fort Phil?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then I got there Sunday. That one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back and
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know, I probably looked through what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
that was Sunday, right?
No, Sunday was, we went hiking, so,
Didn't go to Petco Sunday.
no, we went,
Petco Monday.
yeah, because it was just me again and again on the car, because it's coming,
Okay.
because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that name? So.
Tell you what, yesterday was 27. The address. So you're sending a card to the house?
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
Oh, Jesus. Fine.
Anna was with me. So if it ends up being the person with like the neighborhoods do the jingle basket, that's the only thing, because it was somebody in Wilson Ranch. So you go like the people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address. I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
I mean, like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with, I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like, whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So, I mean, it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. I mean, don't really ever do that. So it's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
Over Sunday. He talks to her, right? They talk almost, I'd say 5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here and, he was on the phone first. So.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers.
That bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on a plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina, but I'm here for the military. So. I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like, when the come and go thing came up and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything to.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close. Because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
you got home?
came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go to the back. And then let's see, it says basement motion. I might have didn't set. I had to set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I armed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05, you guys went.
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participated in? Bingo?
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever, like 17 women and 10 families, just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either look on the lady who sends it. If you want to see if that's the address she said.
It doesn't matter. We're gonna send it twice
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird to hear how that address on it.
Yeah.
Does that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
have.
don't have a way to see when it was searched. I can just see what the address is, the only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
So, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister, but
And to add to that, I know if you're okay with saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So because of, so his mom and the situation with that, her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live, gone through a lot, been on drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's give them counseling, just to be, certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base. And I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about? And
Yeah, she always says that.
for him, it's nothing, that he's just open and, he's going through normal emotions of, loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtek, I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone and talking to him. He communicates over a couple of game chat. He plays a game bar, He played a computer game.
This is it right here. And I refuse, unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online game. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then.
So not necessarily communicating through the game. We have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
Maybe
lobby game and stuff, and he likes to do those instead of text messages. If you could, if you for different apps, I would look at you, see that recognizing you. Our son did before.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what he uses.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, oh, I learned this from this. How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I see the way he was talking to you in our text messages about dealing in trouble if he still plays
Right.
stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok out of some choking game.
Yes, I noticed, and paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because of the bad. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever
Yeah.
going
When was that?
So-
within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, like he was on the Xfinity block or.
Yeah,
And shut it
Yeah.
myself.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. And I don't know what it was like. I guess to get high,
This is counsel.
like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious?
how serious that was. So I told him a story of which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat. And he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
To see the kid is so like tenderhearted, like I know the kids are obviously influenced, we know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath
Harley found it.
after the bath salts, I said, go check his book bag just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought you looked.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was doing
Okay.
other things.
So they found
a
2-pack of those little Swisher sweets.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff and she's like, oh, I didn't see anything. And then she had a folder in her hand and dropped that folder. So she immediately used the text out. But didn't look like anything.
Who's his best friend?
There's kids that think it's great.
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
Have we been to their house?
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom was there, but I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Brady's parents,
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around, yes.
Yeah.
we talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brady.
I know I know they talked with Braden's mom, because she was at a.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't know that you talked to his mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually?
So Lily and
So,
are you like the friends that live on that address? Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah, Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gaplin was behind us.
Okay, hold on, let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? Something. We
That was
gave
the
you-
usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. We gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it to him.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that he wanted to go to a party with the assault. That was a sleepover. Is that right?
No, he said, I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in his terms, that's.
Yeah, I didn't do the same thing
But-
anybody.
So this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's,
Okay, so that's Brady's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given.
And Lily and Reese,
I don't even know.
well, I don't know, Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know, but the boys do live there, Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Capitol.
So we also have a deputy guy over at the comic building.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. It's a wireless system or whatever, if you're cloud, I can send it to the deputies. Going back over to redo that.
It's Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that Declaration House? I mean, to know if there's any kids there, would have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. They're down to see anybody home. They have any kids. Let's say.
Okay.
And then why he would have searched that address, et cetera, and start from there. So they're headed down there. Yeah, now. So get me over. Taking a look at if you over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatelli yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, it'd been it would have been probably before work, you know.
I'm trying to, the only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me because we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house and then, Donahue,
Donatello, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatello.
This is El Paso County, yes. Deputy Sean Donahue, I think is the one I talked to because he said
The recording.
Okay.
he said he would text me the case number. And then he said, we got come and go footage. So I texted him back. Yeah, I mean, you can read the rest.
So the deputy. The clerk said, oh, yeah, he was in the deputy reviewed the video. He does not do video.
Does it live?
He saw
With the one viewed today or last night?
last night. He's going down again today.
Let's see, Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under duress. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, I think that came from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's no. The deputy ran the new video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your son.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. If we can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to have the hero.
Yeah, he's
I
like-
mean, I was over there when, I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
That would not have been the guys over there.
Yeah, so we were driving around, I saw a squad car or whatever there, I pulled in and I said, hey, can I look at the footage? He said, I don't have permission for that. But he said, I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it.
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stuff, isn't it?
I'll need a username and password.
Yeah, I got it in my phone.
Do you see anything there? It's worth. Video. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys, camera.
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him because it's the same outfit, the same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on the. We had like 400 comments to go through.
So
That
that should be the iCloud
we sent.
username and password for his phone.
Wasn't really when we write them back.
Then,
Or whatever, so yeah.
yeah, you can write all that. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
Yeah, do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Hey, how about I screenshot it and send it to you? How about that?
That's
So like it was on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my husband, I just don't remember where this one is. Gatlin's behind us.
Oh, he said cat.
Oh, yeah, no, Gatlin.
That's way up in the city.
That's it. All right, what's your number?
719
Okay.
208
Okay.
1406.
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
So where was this one taken? It was tagged.
I need to look at it. They don't look at it. If it just got, just thought of the planning same way.
I give you a number. I can send a picture to it. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's overlooking that video.
Okay.
719.
So.
No.
Or then
5657. And that one was somewhere over by your house.
yeah, what video here? We didn't.
He's gonna be over at the coming door.
Oh, I didn't. Safeway, I was like, I don't really make costume for this house like that.
So I did see he has a whole bunch of emails for Safeway.
Well, this is why, this is why. So we'll all be in there and they only let you do the just for you, keep on clipping. So everybody in the house with phones have to get. social.
Well, our son gets random emails from.
You'll notice
Like,
stickers on there too.
My email box.
Yeah,
That's your point.
that's why it's.
So let's go for the-
That's all, that's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
Has anybody searched the guy's house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did was, it's about 6 people, showed up. And because we waited about 4 hours. And the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, they need to get your ID. Then you have to run in like, I guess like search thing and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically, or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the jar and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way. And he did like flashlights and checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point, it had already been so long. If he doesn't ever come in to hide, he might do like a play, like jump out behind that thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we, like we didn't know. And so I didn't do it. He did it. We spent a while doing that, going over certain things. Like they walked me around. They were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid it, when he goes out of town and it's just me there, I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too, if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he's the other bed is like the layout, all this stuff. So they walk through, he just asks me simple questions. Would he normally do this? Would he normally do that? You know.
Working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the. Did it come through on the?
Can I see this one? It might be.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had one, and then when we got the new system, we just created it. Password.
When he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike event, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Just to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside. He's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like if till it wears off, it's 5 minutes or ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be a, you know, like I don't want to play, like don't be load at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it to him because we have to go to church, he would not go outside on a Sunday because it's still in the system of the church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking, because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday, he didn't take it Sunday, and he didn't take it Monday, which caused a stomach problem. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think he ever done it.
They said that the manager of the store says knows the kid. He comes in cooking with the staff. So that's not us. Right, which we constantly think something go, oh yeah, it's a kid. So they said that the kids are they're saying it's but he knows him, he comes in all the time too.
Do like put
So
Nintendo.
like we don't show that on, though. Definitely not enough for a clerk to know. Yeah. No, I don't.
It's all this says is this. I don't know if that's.
We go get gas over here.
That's always there. Or purchase. So sometimes.
And the Gmail account associated.
I think.
It should be the.
I don't think he was last week.
Sounds like.
So I don't think he was last year. The guy that Brisky reported me their audience, that not work. He's saying, yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy can all the time. Obviously, that's not your guy.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think every, I might have been
So,
one time.
the deputy was looking, the deputy did not think it was him. He's going out to look to see if this chick that he sees in the store that he buys the chip with. It's like into the car. I don't think that's gonna be. I don't think he made it. It is not.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but it does not look like that to me based on.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
I do think.
I have a lieutenant and a deputy going down for that, so. Right now, but we went down and talked to them. Talking to a couple of deputies, so look this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call. So he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually for.
Oh.
They didn't know what they were gonna find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people all riled up. They were checking on it, there was some noise coming from their shed. It was in that golf course area,
Oh.
so they went in and started.
Okay.
You see where the business pushed down.
Right.
He was not in. But I want you to know, that wasn't him looking, but it was a lane or.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody and we both drove off and it was like, we both drove to make sure it's not. We both drove off and like, we're going in the woods to talk to people. Because we thought like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that, I mean, 'cause there's an abandoned shed or something back there. They went in there, fenced in, people going there, that's what happened. They were going there looking for us.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying they could send it would have been.
They just didn't, they didn't wanna,
Right.
you know, you gotta think you might be over here.
Yeah,
You know, 30
exactly.
people are running toward the shed.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, you guys can mark with. I would like to probably to. I must talk to your students out there in every garden, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They might know what this party is supposed to be,
What color is Braden's house?
but I want to talk to their parents.
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoken to their parents. So now.
Would your husband know?
Yeah, I think it's like 10.
That's,
I mean, I drove by it. I just don't.
Eugene,
They need to.
Oh, yeah.
what color is Braden's house?
Sorry, I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
But you.
So come in our neighborhood, our house is like third from the end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is,
This is us. That's Mandan, Rubicon, right? Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden and then Canberra.
And go from there.
We'll be out there trying.
you said,
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over,
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so he goes to that.
They just,
Connor's mom's number.
did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked
She
on
just actually,
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
I don't
So
have a
Braden is
certificate.
on Rubicon.
Goes by Canyon.
Go back in.
Canyon, yeah.
Connor's gone.
Yeah.
You guys let me know when you be down that section.
Okay, we'll do.
Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now. Thank you so much. Guys, up, we got your number. Make sure you're safe charged, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just to the reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine was the main drag coming in.
Right.
Mark Shuffle.
I do know that part.
We're the first term when you come in. So anyways.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna, do you have a card on you? I'll have mine in the car. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See what time.
That's right. Time my break.
No?
My dog's shy.
Might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, they all, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor.
Okay,
Well, Connor, because he's way over
Yeah.
here somewhere. I'll just have, like I said. Braden does.
we're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there. And I will inform you guys as soon as I can with what we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us, okay? That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay? All right, guys.
That's a good place for a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect that Terry has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the video was, or the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses, because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. Let's see. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Okay. So we'll probably get about a little less than half of that done before lunch.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go from there. Okay. All right, court will be in recess. Ms. Bethel,
right.
you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Ben.
Boy, if that wasn't the most riveting audio we've ever heard. Oh my. Yeah, I hope the 4-hour video is clear and easy to hear too. CDT. That one should have actually, that one should be a video. Like we should actually be able to see them interrogating her, which I guess, is it called an interrogation still whenever they're there willingly? Yeah, one witness today, maybe two. He said that the afternoon would just be a few other detectives basically earlier. There's nobody exciting on the stand other than this woman. As far as like Harley, I know that a lot of people were asking about Harley. My personal opinion, they're going to leave her on a cliffhanger day whenever it is like right before a break. I think it'll either be Friday or it'll be like Wednesday or Friday of next week, because they seem to leave them thinking over the weekend so far. What we got going on here? I'm getting messages. I just can't see them. So hold on one second. I want to make sure that I'm not muted. No, okay, we're good. You could hear well with headphones. I was hearing okay out of my computer speakers, to be completely honest. I've got to figure out how to shut off this KGET alert that I accidentally signed up for yesterday. It's like sending me alerts every time they post an article, and I don't know how to make it stop. So what did you guys think about that audio though? I mean, where is Landon? You don't see her. I'll pull her up because I know where she is. So hold on one second. Let me get the video back up. And I will show you. I shared my screen first. Landon, she is, goodness, it's hard to see today. She is over in this area, I think. So like Albert took the first row the first couple days, and I want to say that Landon and her family has taken the first row this couple days, because I noticed that Albert has been one back. But what's happening is she's sitting strategically almost behind these men in the rows before her. And so you have to wait until they all move their heads at the exact right time so that you can see her. Let's see. Because there's Al and his wife. This is Landon's family in front of them. And so Landon is like over here behind this guy's head. So whenever he moves, if you look in this area, that's where she's been. And honestly, it's good. It's a good spot because she's able to sneak in and out pretty easily. Because what was happening the other day was she was sneaking out sometimes whenever tough things were going on or whenever she just needed a moment to breathe, which understandably so, right? And then she was coming back in, but instead of coming all the way back up to her seat, she was sitting in the very back. And so I think that's probably part of why she took a seat over in this area today. I will say I don't see Crime Curious today. She must have taken the day off after such rough testimony over the last couple days. It's been pretty tough, but I think the woman who was on Circle Jerk is there again. So, but I'm actually surprised. Yesterday there was a ton of people there. It's like people wanted to be there for whatever. See, to find my notifications, tap your phone swipes. Choose your settings, turn off all notifications. Thank you, Mel. I will try that. Yeah, she tried to paint him in a bad light every single time. Every time that Al spoke highly of Gannon. And that plays back into what my sister-in-law was telling me about this private prayer request. It was written anonymously, but it was about the struggles that somebody was having with their stepson and how they weren't getting along and all of those things. And I really, really think that T probably wrote that. I honestly have believed it in my heart ever since she told me that she hated him and she went out of her way to make him look bad as much as she could to Al and to anyone around her so that whenever anything did happen, if she had to discipline him or whatever, that she could turn around and be like, "See, look what I had to do. Look how bad he is. Look how awful." Landon's not next to Al. That's his new wife that's next to him. They do both have a similar look. But Landon is sitting or Al's next to his new wife. Unless she's on the opposite side of him, but I don't think so. There's a woman with dark hair sitting on one side of him and then his new wife on the other. Yes, people usually remember the beginning and the end most, so it makes sense that the DA would have this kind of layout. I think he's doing phenomenal too, Lee. And that's what I mean. So they started out yesterday with the emotional brother, right? With him lashing out at T on the stand, and certainly they did not plan that. They probably expected he would be a little bit emotional, but nowhere near like he was. And then they ended the day with the nurse and the markings and everything on her hands. And I know a lot of people don't understand this because of the fact that the insanity plea is affirmative defense. The defense is not saying that she didn't kill him. But in the court of law, the prosecution still has to prove that yes, it was in fact her that committed this heinous crime and she was sane at this time that she did it. And so they have two separate burdens of proof in this case. And the reason for that is anybody can confess to committing any murder, anyone. And so what this does is it makes it so that on an appeal or something, she couldn't say, "Oh, well, I was crazy and I confessed to a crime that I didn't commit," if all they do is prove that she was sane, if that makes sense. exactly how your mother behaves, so you think I'm spot on. Yeah. Sad. Always, yes, always putting him in a bad light and justifying her being a bully. You couldn't get levels due to, yeah. Yeah, we don't know how much of the drugs that he had in his system, just that it was very towards the end. I'm impressed too, cray cray, that the family has not lashed out. I will say though that we're going to be in a situation where eventually we're going to get to victim statements whenever they start talking about her sentencing and things like that. And that's the family's time really to say their piece. And so eventually we will hear this family talk, but honestly, all throughout this case, since the very beginning, they have always remained very respectful and poised towards the public. We've seen emotions, but we've not seen them like lash out. I don't think they clarified how much the original prescription was for. I've been sitting here, and the reason that I haven't been typing as much in the chat is because I'm going back through all the days and crossing names off of the witness list, and we've gone through a ton of names so far, you guys. And so lots and lots of names crossed off. I'm really curious if we're going to get done with this by the end of this month rather than going to mid-May. I want to know if Swisher Sweets were really found, or did she make that up? If they were found, I bet she planted them. Yeah, I think so too. She was literally setting up to be she was setting him up to look like a drug addict and a bad kid. And it just doesn't fit. You don't take some kid who is like scared of his own shadow and always questioning things and always being upfront and forward and all those things, who wasn't even allowed to online game, he wasn't outgoing as far as like going to people's houses and different things like that. He was a homebody. You don't take a kid like that and then try to make it look like he's some drug addict hooligan. It just doesn't fit. And that's exactly how she's trying to paint him. Shavane, how are you? Long time no see, girly. Well, I mean, in here anyways. I was looking for you guys on Monday and I didn't see anyone. So I hope Mal's doing good. You can talk after the okay, great, Jen, Joya, that's awesome. I'm not sure if allegedly innocent. I need to email her honestly and see if she wanted to come on today or come on Friday. But she is intending to come up. And those of you who were looking for day 5, I did go back and I edited out some of the photos and just cut that little portion out. But that live is back up where I talked to Crime on the Record during lunch break. And so if you guys missed that, it is there. Candace came on and talked with us a little bit about DID. Like support, like one side of the feet. Are you lunch break? Okay. They're so silly. You've been working your butt off. Oh, yeah, I know her mom was in town. Oh, a sinus infection. That's awful. Where did I go? Yeah, everywhere. I went everywhere. So we got about 6 minutes left in the break. I'm going to know exactly what it was that made her hate Gannon so much. Honestly, I don't know. And this goes back to what Avery was saying. Could she have hated him because of how messy he was? The fact that he was a boy, the fact that he was just gross to her and all of those things. She is, Emily. I honestly, I didn't even realize, I guess, that she was a doctor. I mean, I've watched her lives and stuff before. I guess I just didn't put it all together. Yeah. There is day 5. Thank you, BC. Give me 1 second, you guys. I gotta go help my son with something real quick. So I will be back in literally like 2 seconds. Hi, Jet's mom. Yeah. Sorry, back. Yeah, or because he was taking Al's attention. So that's something I thought too. He had ADHD and likely was a lot to take care of. She was doing all of that and not getting Al's attention. I think that it's part of that. She didn't sign up for this. The first year or 2 of their marriage, she was able to be young, wild, and free. They were able to have this honeymoon type of situation because Landon had the kids. And unfortunately, with Landon's situation with Mike and how volatile that was, Al had no choice but to take them kids. But she didn't sign up for that. She did not sign up to be mom to 2 children. And it's not the kid's fault that happened. It's nobody's fault, but that's part of it. Whenever you enter a relationship with somebody with kids, you have to keep in mind that could always happen. That's always a possibility. I mean, even if it wasn't a CPS, like taking the kids type of situation, even if it wasn't because of that, what if Landon would have gotten into an accident and something would have happened where they would have had to take her? Then they would have had him full time and it wouldn't even be like where they went somewhere for vacations and holidays. And so it's silly for her to think that she was never going to have to do this whenever it's always a possible. Yeah, Brittany, absolutely. Absolutely, Britt.
Mommy, can you cut the pizza?
I absolutely think that she was jealous of Al's kids, Shay. Absolutely. 100%. And I mean, think of it this way. Not only was Gannon hard to take care of because of his medical issues, because of his ADHD and things like that. Well, hard for her, I should say, because nobody else describes him as like a difficult child. No one else other than her. So in her mind, he was hard to deal with, right? All of those things. But you add on to that the fact that he was premature. He was his mom and dad's miracle child. He was always going to be the most special person in their life. And yes, they love Lena and they care about Lena. And I'm not saying that they loved him more than her. But I will say that after having a child that had struggles and having another child that doesn't have struggles, whenever you see the child that has struggles accomplish something, you're just so proud and you're just so happy for them. And like, it's a different type of feeling to watch them have accomplishments, knowing that may have never been possible. And I hate to say it like that, but that's just the honest to God truth. Like, And so I think that the fact that Al would look at Gannon and just be proud of him and have all of these positive thoughts whenever he was able to accomplish stuff, whenever he was there. Think about every time that they would look at his photos from his birthday and different things like that. You know, they would think back, I'm sure, on where he came from.
Not from
Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
And
just,
there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but it's easy, but
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
It's gonna be a disaster.
It just is, that camera's view, when it automatically reboots up and starts again, every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so you have to zoom it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano, so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into what actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences, like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive, to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Later on at about 7:03 PM, did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 PM, that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 PM, did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay, if I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Detective, Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes,
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes,
Did she accept or what happened?
she declined.
I'm gonna retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 PM, is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
What, are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to figure out, I got your message about something I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying, I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because I mean, my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I mean, like, I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay.
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have anything, any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments. All right, thanks.
So first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they're rhythmic.
Okay. The sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Ruled.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break to flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? That's how we hug. I just need you to FaceTime me. Working distance here if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is the phone? Anything in your purse? Like, okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. See you on the couch. We'll be right back with you. Thanks.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I
All
normally.
right, that's your call.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep? I'm eating today. Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff. I would love that. What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito. Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't. No, we can get you stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that? You have diet? We searched high and low for diet. There's no diet. I'll take a regular Coke. Thank you. All the vending machines are even sold out. Thank you so much for getting that. Yeah, well, here's my card, just so you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that judged. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. Right. I work with a couple different people. Okay. You're like in charge of. No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here. Right. So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is in that. Okay. No problem. Where did you park? Did you park in the garage? Mm-hmm. The garage that's right behind our building? I parked in Ticket, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay. Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan. It's a Volkswagen Tiguan? Yeah. Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just going to go through my normal spiel with you. Okay. I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things. Okay. Right. So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave. Okay. You just have to let me know that you want to leave. Right. Because I need to escort you out of the building. Okay. If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay, I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you, okay, so that I can help you. Mm-hmm. Okay, because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I know you have a question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking. Yeah. So this because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. So. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah, okay. And so it is not our common practice to go and be releasing stuff like that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt. whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights. Right. Okay. So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Right. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Yes. And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, or I'm sorry, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Of who you are. You have your ID? Yeah. In your purse? Well, those are nice glasses. Yeah, what are they? I haven't heard of that. Is that a new, like a Quay brand? Yeah. They're really good. They're better in the Michael Kors and things like really? That. Yeah. Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID. Thank you so much. What's your middle name? Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin. Hardin? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's your maiden name? All right. Let me just write down. There's the deal number. Have a given middle name? Lynn. Lynn. Yes, ma'am. There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you? 843. Okay. 655-7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be so good. What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that? TECIA, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com. Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram? Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got my Facebook back because we didn't have for 2 years. So I do have Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly my a travel YouTube type thing. Okay, what's Facebook? It's just my name. Is it Letecia or Tisha? It's Letecia. I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha? So actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT. Is it your same last name? Stauch. Yeah, because I don't. It's really. I really don't I don't. My first name. I'm always oh, Tisha. They're what Tisha? So I just put T because. Have I been saying your name wrong? No, you haven't. But I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up. Just to put T. What do you want me to call you? You can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my Tisha. Okay. We always have a name we don't like or something. And you said Instagram. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch. Dr. what? Stauch. Is it the spelling of your last name? Okay. Because I have my doctorate degree in education. Okay. I'm is this a Dr. Simple Pepper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate. All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything. It's 6627 Mandan Drive. And then 80925. And where are you working? Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore. So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably were like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant, so I could do both. Sure. So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that, so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that. Okay, so you're more of a substitute. Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them and that. Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right? It's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in, and then you're like, oh, like you try to help so many people, and it's just hard. All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit? Well, have you been picked up by them yet? Well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest. Oh, okay. And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. I was gonna, I thought it was something to vibrate. I was gonna do like Psych Seek, and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. So I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, Right. But you could come home all the time. Yeah. So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. Oh. So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas. Oh, wow. So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads. Are you familiar with it? We were on vacation with some people who the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant. Right. She was telling us all about it, actually. Right. Yeah. So it's scary. Like, familiar. I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but that was in a nutshell. I was kind of self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like that's fine. Drives me crazy. But so I was in like a self-evaluation type thing, trying to figure out transitioning from education and never having like another career. And then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you're a flight attendant, you guys like don't make money. Right. So my niece is actually a flight attendant, so for Southwest. They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down. Oh, that's what I heard. That's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that. Yeah, apparently, it's really hard to get into because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people. But the training is so. I heard it's very intense. Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out. Oh wow, and that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're so like. And let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training. Right. Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley, and Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there, and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me. Yeah. So like she just joined the Air Force, so like I know she's gonna have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but like she's not ready yet. Mature, like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, and I was like talking to them. I just told them I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody to take care of. So she's your baby, right? Yeah. So why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on. So I understand. So initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene, but I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all of the stuff.
Yeah,
and I was like,
absolutely.
because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read it. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage City.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me. All those type of things. Then he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather. So it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower, so I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So going through the night, we were just doing like a regular random. I feel like I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both.
Yeah, we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and a what is he? An English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like the Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Ganna wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, you know how they like know someone's not feeling well? So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list and prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teach him things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no. strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, kind of sort of bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's this thing? So I walked through Lena's room. The alarm is in her room, and I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there's the upper level, and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was the you know how so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane. And luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she wrote back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire. The carpet's on fire and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we burnt the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da 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 da. So like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out. Honestly, we were gonna fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it. And he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. Plus some hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone and he didn't see him that night. So.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well, I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because I couldn't. The visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So.
Okay.
So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and that. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. Right. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Which color?
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. They leave the mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, no, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where it's like your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into massage envy.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
And so it was originally going to be all of us: Harley, me, Gann, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come. You still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walk Lena out because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walk Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop. And she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little bit. Because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55, still early, take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like, this is the plan, like, go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in, like, his room is downstairs. It's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had, like, marks, like, on his arm. And they were actually, like, peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if, like, they start, like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started, like, peeling, like, overnight or, like, whatever. And he has, like, really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or, like, things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like, anything that's, like, loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if, like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean, like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying, like, as in burns, like, on your skin. I guess when, like, like, pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So, like, on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was, like, freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm, like, crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm, like, very, like, I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to, like, really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because, like, he's going to kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay. Like, there was blood. And, like, he had on his arm. And as it was peeling, I should have called. What did they have? I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns. But I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some, like, aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it. As far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying, like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of, like, peeling it. Like, like it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm, like, holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean, like, dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not, like, give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big flame, there was blood. So I was just so like freaked out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet, it was on his arm, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess from like sleeping or whatever, he had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish am I saying that? Garnish the wrap thing, but a wrap thing. And I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looks, because I did look online and it said like if it turns a yellow color that it could be infected or whatever, and I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow up. Right. Okay. Right. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm pacing the house, and I know there's 2 things I got to fix. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So Emma, I want you to see a picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that. Okay. So number 1, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number 2, I need to figure out, assess, like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay. I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. See everybody back.
Wow. I think I want to go back and listen to that again though. And I know that like, yes, everybody is, I'm agitated, Kate, but I'm also heartbroken because literally if this really truly was some type of, and I still don't think it was, I still don't think that this was a freak accident, candle accident. I still think she did something to him. But I think that what she was saying about the burns, that was literally her ultimate decision. I mean, that sentence she said about Albert, that was the first time I think that we have ever heard her be honest. Ever. I can't with her though. Yeah. No, no. Okay, so let me it's like 5 minutes ago maybe. Just pull it up right or
because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really started like peeling like overnight or like whatever. And he has like really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or like things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like anything that's like loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if like as I guess as burns, like, you know, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like you know like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on the arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm like crying because and this is where I have to start telling you, you know, like I'm like very like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down.
I don't even think it's about forgetting to check him, right? What she says there, because I made a mistake as a parent. That's where I think the truth is. Whatever actually happened with this candle incident, whatever actually happened with the type of abuse that happened that evening, she's upset because she made a mistake as a parent. She made a mistake as a parent. That's the only truth we have ever heard her say, I think.
And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was
He got a little bit more burned than he should have. She wanted him to get burnt, but he got a little bit more burnt than he should have. Was she trying to teach him a lesson for starting the candle by burning him, by lighting something he cared about on fire? He got a little bit more burnt than he should have. Did you hear that? She didn't care that he got burnt, but he got a little bit more burnt than he should have.
freaking out because like it's gonna kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay, like there was blood. And like he had on his arm and as it was peeling.
And we heard Gannon. We heard Gannon say all he cares about was his burns. We heard him say, I'm just worried about my burns. He wasn't worried about her getting in trouble. He wasn't worried about telling Albert or anything else. He was just worried about his burns. Was that the mistake? Or attacking him? Yeah, going a little bit too far with the physical punishment. I think she intended to harm him that night. She intended for him to get burnt, but he got a little bit more burnt than he should have. Like,
know that his arm were like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, you know, like I'm like very like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me, like because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down, and he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was.
Yeah. Wow. Whatever he did, her form of punishment had to do with this candle. Somebody mentioned that Jenley was saying about the sock being in there to maybe make the fire worse, to be a longer wick. Most clothing is flame retardant, especially for children. That's the only thing that I'll say about that, because like they have to make children's clothing especially flame retardant. And that's something that I had looked into whenever I was thinking about making like little dresses and selling them and stuff like that. You have to get the right kind of fabrics for children's clothes. And then that with this being a newer build, that would be why the carpet didn't burn enough, because the carpet itself would also have been flame retardant. Exactly, Amber. Unless he lit it, fell asleep, and she wanted to teach him a lesson. That's what I was thinking. Did she maybe put his blanket into the fire? Or something along those lines? Did she maybe do something to try to start this fire on him to show him this is why you don't leave candles unattended? 3, I think he said 3:10 or 3:15. There's no way that his burns were all like there's no way that his burns were up on his arms. But the fire was only on the carpet and stuff. Yes. Yeah, most children's clothes has to be flame retardant. 3:20. Thank you, logical one. I couldn't remember what time he said. Do 11-year-old boys light candles? You're wondering if she threw it at him? I don't know. Does wash out of clothing after numerous washes. My husband is a welder. We go through a lot of flame retardant jackets. Good to know, Amber. Cray, that was my hobby before I started YouTube. Now my sewing machine sits nicely next to my microphone. Didn't she admit to stomping on him in his bed to put the fire out? She said about grabbing the blankets and stomping on them, I think, or jumping on them. Yeah, you think she threw it at him. It's like he tried to catch the candle. I mean, if criminality's right and she threw it at him. don't care. Right. Most kids don't care about gas smells either. Unless Kate, because of her being OCD, was he nervous and had anxiety and all of the things because she would yell at him because of how much he stank whenever he was going through his stomach issues?
Like his room is down, it's a furnace basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had like marks like on his arm, and they were actually like peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if like they start like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started like peeling like overnight or like whatever. And he has like really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or like things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like anything that's like loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if like as I guess as burns, like, you know, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like, you know, like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on the arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arm were like that. So I'm like crying because and this is where I have to start telling you, you know, like I'm like very like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burned than he should have.
No, they didn't find the switch in the suitcase with him. One of the very first detectives that testified, they brought the suitcase out. That switch out, and they showed it in the evidence, and it was from the detective from Colorado. The Nintendo Switch was found in the house by the family. So, that's where the switch came from. Sorry, I gotta get my headphones on. 1 second. Yeah, she sounds excited to tell the story. If he bites his nails, how could he scratch himself? You think she set the fire on purpose so she could stage the reason for a runaway? I still think she was planning on killing Gannon well in advance. It's possible. Jen Joya, hon, if you are still here and you want to come up and tell us about we would love to have you. So let me drop you the link. The only thing I'm going to ask is that you pop your camera on. You do not have to come on. You do not have to come on with your camera on, just real quickly so I can see you. Or I can give you the call-in line, whichever you would prefer. If you would rather the phone number, I can pull that up as well. Yeah, she was teaching him a lesson with fire, but she never thought that he would get burned the way that that's just the way she says it. She never thought that he would get burned like that. Yeah, you don't know if you want to scream or cry right now. It's just very infuriating, honestly, the things that she did to him. Yes, the switch was found at the house, and I can go back to where they talk about that, but the switch was found at the house. One of the family people let us know about the switch being found before the affidavit even came out. And a detective was sent there to collect the switch, and he showed it in court that they did in fact find the switch. It was on the bottom of an entertainment center, like in the back of it. Albert was laid back and would have taken the wax on the rug and couch in stride, and as for the fire, he would have been grateful no one was hurt. Exactly. Yeah. She said, how did she say it? Hold on.
So I was freaking out because
Oh, I can't hear it. Hold on. My thing like messes up whenever I switch back and forth.
and Gannon's like it's okay, like there was blood, and then like loose and things like that. So I don't know if like as I guess as burns like burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arm were like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like I'm like very like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me, like because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down, and he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have.
Hey, dear, you can turn your camera back off if you'd like. Sorry. How are you, hon?
I'm doing pretty good. I was just going to say, that yesterday or the day before you were saying something that she did something wrong and Gannon was going to tell her dad. And so that's the reason why she went ballistic on him. And I think this candle wax incident is what did it. She probably poured the candle on wax on him to show him how it burns. And that's how the burns got worse than what she thought they were going to be. So
no, I agree. This whole candle situation has always just been such a mystery.
Oh, it is. And, she's just been able to snap at certain times. I mean, the poor kid is sitting there crying, Mama, 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 I'm worried about my burns. Any normal parent, grandparent would have been immediately, I say, okay, let me look at it. Let's see what's going on. She didn't check it well enough. She didn't care to. She didn't want to. And so when he was complaining about the wax, she smacked him in the head with something. And then as he was going on, she started, it just led from one thing to another. But I think she went off and decided to kill him because, and she just said, Al's going to kill me. I made a mistake as a parent. And he was going to know that that wasn't a mistake as a parent. And I'm with you. I have followed it. I live here in Colorado Springs. I have followed this from the moment they announced he was missing. And I worked in a credit union with some of the police officers years ago, but I still know some of them. And they had the suspicion of her early on, very early on. They had, within a day or two of her reporting, they had the suspicion that she did something to him.
They really did catch on to her very, very quickly.
You come in and whined at me, huh?
So, I mean, she's crazy. She's loony. I can't call her a person. If you notice, I always refer to her as evilness because that's exactly what she is. She's not human. She's evil. Plain and
Yeah.
simple.
No, I agree. And that's the big thing with Dr. Lewis, with this doctor that's saying that she has DID. She does not believe that religion belongs in healthcare. And so
Exactly.
there has to be a scientific reason behind why T did what she did. And that's what this doctor believes. But I'm on the opposite end of that. I mean, at the end of the day, evil is evil. And
Exactly.
that's just my stance on it.
And I have always been, I don't care who it is, but the minute somebody who's committed a murder starts to try to say they're insane, well, you know what? We all know that they're off the rocker mentally, because normal people don't go out there and kill people. The question is, did they know right from wrong? That's the question.
Right.
And she knew she was wrong because she did everything she could to hide it.
Right. She really did. And I don't know. Just that sentence, just hearing her say that sentence, man, I felt it in my soul as soon as she said it. You know, she didn't mean for him to get burnt that bad. Or he got burnt more than he was supposed to, is what she said.
Yeah. And that's what
Like,
made me think she poured the wax on him.
yeah.
She
She
poured
never
wax to
imagined that it would
teach
burn
him.
him the way that it did.
And then when he was crying, and then that's when she went, oh shit, Al's gonna kill me. I made a mistake. I should have never done that. So now I got to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that. You know, because it was too much a hassle. I have some disabilities, and for me to try to go through and get the WebEx up, it was causing me a lot of distress. And so when you came up and said this, I was like, oh, great. Somebody's going to be filming, streaming it.
Yeah.
Because I want to watch this. There was no way I could sit in the courtrooms, even though I was praying that my jury duty that I'm about due for would come up in time so I could be on hers. But
right.
They wouldn't have kept me because I couldn't have kept my opinion to myself. But I
Boy,
mean,
that would have been something there to have you on the jury.
Oh God, I've been saying for 3 years, oh God, I hope my jury duty comes up when she's going. Oh God, I hope I can be on her jury, because I mean, the woman needs to be hung by her toenails.
Mm-hmm.
But
I appreciate you choosing here to watch it. That was my thing. I wanted to watch and I wanted to be a part of it, but I didn't want to watch it alone. I couldn't imagine watching it alone.
Well, the autopsy pictures did me, and I was crying. I mean, I couldn't even watch after like the third one that they were showing his arm up close. I couldn't look at him anymore. I started doing other things and was listening, but I couldn't look at those pictures anymore. And then yesterday with the brother and his,
oh my gosh, I know.
When they showed him the picture of that suitcase, the way he just froze, and he just, it was like a light went on to him. It was just confirmed at that moment that his nephew was in that suitcase the whole time.
Yeah.
And that just killed me, that he has, she doesn't know. She did this to Gagnon, but look at all the other people that are affected by it.
Oh my God, yeah. She's ruined so many lives, changed so many lives, I guess I should say, because I don't think anybody's life will be stopping here other than herself. I know that everybody else can go on to do amazing things, but she's definitely altered the course for so many people.
In this town has not let Gagnon go.
Right.
They have kept Gagnon in the memory and everything in this town. And that's the reason why she wanted to get out of here as fast as she did.
Right.
Because she knew this town was not going to let it go. They were going to
absolutely. The way your community responded, I wish that more missing people had communities like that.
Well, it's like I've got on my back porch and my front porch, we've had the blue light up since day one. and we keep the blue light up, and I will probably never remove the blue light even after this is over, because of the simple fact that I constantly, and my one grandson, I have two grandsons that live with me and their mom. The youngest one of them, he was finally wanting to watch some of this with me, so I replayed it, and he looked at me and he says, "Grandma, I know why this has upset you so much." And I says, "Why?" He says, "Because I look a lot like Gannon. Gannon looks a lot like me. So it hit you hard." And I got to looking at it and I says, "You're right." I said, "Maybe it didn't click consciously with me, but subconsciously it did." And all I can ever say is that poor baby did not deserve what happened to him. Yes,
Right.
he's in a better place and he's one of our angels above now, but he didn't deserve to be taken down the way this evilness did. And, I can't sit in the courtroom because I would just,
Let me answer this call. Hold on one
okay,
second.
I was going to say, is that me?
Call from Jen Hoya.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, Smooth Mom. This is my first time doing this. How are you guys?
We're doing good. We're doing really good. Can you guys hear her okay?
I can.
Can
Okay,
you guys
great.
hear me? I'm in Target. I had to do a run for my kiddo.
You're okay, because I just have to make sure that it's set up right before I don't want you to like talk and then not be heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lord knows
Yes.
that everybody calls me mute mom for a reason, right?
Exactly. I know.
Mama Kay, I just want to tell you thank you so much real quick for coming up and sharing your thoughts and everything. I do appreciate it.
Well, and I don't know if you connected some of my comments. I was in the law field for many years, and I was the head paralegal for CASA, which is Court Appointed Special Advocates for Children. And it ended up to a point where I couldn't do it anymore, because you would see the parents that need to be thrown in a hole and buried get away with murder, and the ones that really needed help were the ones they were making examples out of. It was just a twisted situation. And I have 3 disabled children.
Oh, here she goes. I was like, oh no, we lost her.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, that makes sense then
Call
that you have
from-
that experience.
Yeah. And I had for years, the prosecution would try to offer me money to come and work with them. And I told them, I said, I can't do this. My specialty is criminal
Sorry,
family
I guess we
law.
got disconnected.
And I says, you would be asking me to defend somebody like evilness here.
Hello?
And I
Hi,
said,
Jen, hold on one second. Sorry, Mama Kay is just
Okay,
finishing.
sorry.
I don't think that you can hear Mama Kay though, but she can hear you. So give her 1 second. Go ahead, Mama Kay.
and I told him, I said, I can't work for you because you're going to end up
Yeah. Oh, we might have lost you, Mama Kay.
Yeah, I don't hear her.
I don't hear her anymore. Uh-oh. So Jen, why don't you tell us a little bit about the courtroom?
Well, like I say, hi everybody. It's my first time doing this. Unfortunately, I can only go during the morning hearings because I have to pick up my kids from school and do mom stuff. But it feels so real. I get to see Al and Landon and of course Letecia. My gosh, I can't believe it. I just hate that woman. I'm sorry. I had to see it way in the back, so I don't disturb anybody because I have to come in late and stuff like that. But it feels surreal that I'm there and getting to hear all this stuff and testimonies.
Were you there this morning by chance?
Yes, I was. I just left.
Oh wow. So
yeah, I was shooting her darts with my eyes because I was sitting, so I was facing her back,
And I don't know if CDP's there, but actually she's a right-handed. She was writing a lot this morning. I don't know what she was writing, but it looks like she was very active writing, and she's a right-handed.
She's probably taking more notes so she can make up another story for whenever she hits the stand, probably.
Exactly, or doodles, whatever she's doing.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
there was a couple points that I really thought that her attorneys had fallen asleep because they like had their head down and weren't moving for so long.
Yeah, they just sit there. Sometimes they talk to each other, but they're like, oh, yeah, they're falling asleep practically.
So I have a question for you about the jury, because the jury, like, we know that there are, I think it was 11 men and 7 women. What's like the
Yes.
average age women of the men and the women? Like, about, did you pay attention to that at all?
It varies. It's from middle age to older. I see a young guy there, and the women, they're pretty like middle age and older.
Gotcha. I was curious if any of the younger people had gotten it or not. So lots of probably parents or grandparents on the stand or on the jury then.
Yeah, I will say somewhere between 40s and 60s, 70s.
Do you think they're paying a lot of attention to T and her reactions, especially during the videos? Like, we had a lot of audio today. Are they watching her, or are they watching, like, if I was a jury member, I suppose I would be watching the screen above her head so that I could watch her at the same time?
Yeah, mostly they're like listening if there is a voice recording, or if there's videos or pictures, they're just looking at the pictures. And some of the juries, they just glance at her really quick, but not really. They're just hearing and taking notes of what's going on.
Okay. They seem like they're being really attentive then.
Exactly, yes.
That's good.
And we get to see that video today when, she goes to the sheriff's office. Oh my God, I just wanted to tell her.
She's something
And
for real.
I noticed Al was nodding like with his head like no when she was like saying, oh, he's gonna kill me because I made a mistake. He's gonna kill me. And he was nodding his head. And he also did the same when she was telling the detective that she didn't make parental decisions on his kids. And he was like nodding that, no, that's not what, like he wasn't agreeing with her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would have much rather his kid be burnt and have something like that happen than have, her kill him.
Yeah. But yeah, she just like plays with her hair, and then she kind of like hides. I give her a dirty look today.
Okay, so
Kinda
James
glance back.
Journalist asked, question, it says, has the jury reacted to the photographic evidence at all? And how are they managing to cope with that? Were you there yesterday for the photos? Or was that Monday? That was Monday for the photos.
I wasn't there Monday. I was there yesterday when the brother was testifying.
How did they seem to react to the brother's outburst?
Well, everybody was surprised because we didn't thought that brother would like, start saying, why, Tisha? And then he covered his face and started crying. So everybody's like, whoa, what? And they have to walk the jury out and then wait it. We have to wait till he come down and then. But it was surprising because everybody's like, what? And it's hard because, you can't like really show really emotion or gasp.
Right.
So it's like,
Do they
I
instruct
have
you
to be
of that as
careful.
you're going in, like not to show reactions?
They have like little signs behind those benches where you sit down that you can't have emotions, you can't be having your phone next to you, no text or so you just gotta be like, neutral because I guess everybody's looking at you.
Yeah, that makes sense though, because they don't want anybody to get like outburst or anything in the
Exactly. Or yeah, and I gave her a dirty look today, and I don't care. I just hate her.
Actually, somebody asked if you could, Boo Will asked, can you give her a dirty look for each of us, please? And then they
I
asked,
did.
can you smell her at all? Because, we're
Oh,
all
thanks.
sitting here making fun of her this
No.
morning about the grease comment still from yesterday.
Oh, yeah, Legrisha. No, I giving her with my eyes, I just shoot darts to her. But I gave her a dirty look, and then I just, looked the other way. And the court place where they're having the hearing is very small.
Yeah, it
So you
looks
can see
small on
everybody.
camera, honestly. I that's what
It
I
is
was wondering too,
small.
because like the jury box obviously would normally hold, 12, maybe 14 people. Are they like crammed in it, being that there's 18?
Yeah, they're kind of cramped. And in the side of the prosecution, that's where everybody sits down. And unfortunately, I have to come late. Like I come like around 9:15. I have to sit in the back. I don't disturb anybody. But then I move towards the defense table just to be able to see the TV monitors or stuff like that when
Yeah, that
they
makes
start
sense.
showing evidence.
Gosh, I
Mhm.
appreciate so much that you're going in there, and I'm sure like you said, it's pretty interesting to see the process and how it actually works in person. I know I've been intrigued even just watching it on stream. So I appreciate you
Yeah.
calling in to let us know all of the different information and like what you're seeing.
Oh yeah, it's my first time. I never been a court, like listen to a hearing or anything like that. But yeah, thank you for letting me call and talk to everybody.
I hope you keep calling in through the week and just give us like little updates if you see anything weird.
Mm-hmm. On Friday I won't be able to go, but I can only go Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays during the mornings.
No, that's okay.
Because as a mom, I have to like go pick up my kid and do mom stuff. And
yeah, trust me, we get it. I was folding laundry, and then the judge was like, "Okay, we're gonna take our break." I was like, "No."
Yeah, you know how it is. And I was able to see Jennifer from Crime Curious yesterday.
You said you
I
did
was
see
able
her, or
to
you
meet her.
didn't see her?
I did see her. I met her, and she's so sweet and kind. She gave me a Justice for G-Men bracelet.
Oh, that's so
That
cool.
was really sweet of her.
Yeah, that's awesome.
She's really generous. But I didn't see her this morning. I don't know if she will go during the afternoon.
Yeah, she may have had stuff to take care of today too. So somebody's
Yeah.
asking, how are Al and Landon doing? Have you seen them talking at all or anything like that?
No, they don't talk to each other. Like everybody's in their own little corner. I see his wife. He's always with his wife and his mom, I believe.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think that's who
Landon
he's
has
with.
and Landon has his aunt and Veronica. I believe that's what Jennifer told me yesterday.
Yeah, Aunt V.
And someone else. Yeah, but they don't talk to each other. They go separate ways on their breaks. And I be bumping into Landon and her aunt every time we have a break and we go down to the elevators, but they don't talk that much. They're dressed pretty nice though. I don't know if that's important. Hello? Hello?
You're okay. Sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The baby
I didn't
walked
hear
in.
anything. I'm like, oh, it's okay. I don't know if you have more questions.
Let me check the chat real quick.
But I really enjoy your channel, Sleuth Mom. You're so good. And thank you for covering again. And it's really special to me, this case. And also the other cases where missing children, and you do an awesome coverage for them.
No, I appreciate the kind words. I don't see anything. Sorry, I'm dealing with a small tragedy in the background because the kids are fighting.
No, don't worry. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do that here during the afternoon, but I'm always watching your channel, so I'll be in chat in case somebody else has more questions later.
Well, thank you so much for calling in, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Sleuth Mom. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody. See you in chat later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Defense, we bought her a Switch, so it's kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to. As like a, kind of sort of bribery, but So stayed up a little bit later, and so she was still she's a very hard sleeper, and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 and I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, which the alarm is in her room, and I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in here.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh, wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she wrote back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. she ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that I know that had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn, and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't gonna keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we break the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da 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 da. So like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out. Honestly, we were gonna fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it. And he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going.
Hey, in the bushes.
Hi.
Sorry, guys. I had to stop World War III between the kids. Junior and Junior were going head to head.
Toddler wrestling.
Yes.
Put down your
every
bets
now and
now.
then, every now and then they can't handle it, and you just gotta actually have mom step in. So that's what
Right.
happened. Unfortunately, in the middle of a phone call, Jen Joya, I am so sorry that I muted at the end. I apologize for that, but thank you so much for jumping on. I really appreciated your insight and getting to hear things, I wonder, honestly, about the Al and Landon not talking thing. I wonder if it's mostly because of the fact that it seems like nobody really is able to talk in the courtrooms very much.
There is a lot of emotional raw with them, and
Right.
nobody really can talk in the courtroom. You're right about that. Nobody's trying to talk.
Mhm.
But
Even afterwards, though, like I can't imagine what it's like to watch your ex-wife on trial for your son's murder and the ex-wife before that sitting in front of you all while you're sitting with your current wife. Like that would be a lot of it sounds like a
that would be a lot of, and
sounds
there
like
was,
Christmas with my Uncle Butch, to be completely honest. Like he's
yeah, there
got
was a lot of
wives to
back and
spare.
forth with the custody dispute too, and they
Mhm.
may be not trying to talk unless it's business about Lena. So,
Right.
I'm gonna give them that and just kind of respect their space on it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So what did you think of all this stuff? All this that we've heard so far?
Well, I'm still in the opinion that as soon as Landon didn't keep the kids and she sent them back last minute, that she planned it then. She started thinking about it, started planning it. That she definitely planned to kill him while Al was out of town. She was tired of dealing with him for whatever reason or the other. I don't believe it was accidental, a punishment taken too far. And she deliberately tortured the hell out of that kid. I believe that he did not knock a candle over. I believe he was asleep on the couch and she set him on fire. That's what I think. She set the blanket on fire for whatever purpose,
You think it was the
reason.
blanket she set on fire? Like
Yeah,
with
the
his arm
blanket.
still under it?
Yeah, I think he was asleep under that blanket and she lit up that blanket.
Dynamite was saying that Jen Liu, I think it was Dynamite anyways, was saying that Jen Liu said, what if her plan was to kill him in his sleep while he was in that basement with a house fire?
Um,
Like an accidental house fire, quote unquote, that would have taken his life rather than all
I
of
would have
this.
to know if Harley was home or not that night to even consider it. But as much
Well, see, so
consideration
we
as
know that Harley was at work until the place didn't close till 10 p.m., I think it was. And so th- we don't know the exact time of the fire incident is the problem.
yeah, we don't know any of that. But I don't I think Harley was probably not home when that fire incident went on.
Mhm.
I don't think that she was trying to set the whole house on fire. I think that she simply just hated Gannon that bad that she was mean. She when, he woke up and they put it out, um, she was like, "You did that. You must have accidentally knocked it over," or something like that. I think she started messing with his head right then. Um, she had a lot of hate for this kid, and I don't understand all of it. I get a little bit of her contention with the situation, but not what she did. She's just extra twisted. And I think she made the candle incident worse. I believe she deliberately burned out the carpet. And if you look, where that carpet burn is, where it's really burned, it's nowhere near the couch. So maybe
Right.
Gannon woke up and knocked the candle out of her hand. I don't know what went on from that point. I'm going to say it wasn't overly good and more went on than just the blankets catching on fire with
Mhm.
Gannon underneath them because she said, well, Gannon was asleep on the couch.
Right.
She says that under under the covers, and the covers caught fire. She point blank says it.
Right.
Um, and that's a very big tell. Like I said, I think from the get go she was planning on doing something.
Mhm.
I think
What about
initially she tried to make it look like an overdose. I believe your theory 100% on the overdose.
like
And
after that
then
night? Yeah.
yeah, and then when that didn't work, she had a change of plan. But here's the thing about T. T always maps out several different routes.
Mhm.
Always. Look at the way she's gone in this investigation.
Right.
She always looks at something like
Like,
she
if this
said
doesn't work,
next
then I'm gonna
step.
do that next. Mhm.
Yes, yes. I believe with the DID defense and all that, I believe she had that for a backup plan if she got arrested to begin with. I think she already pre-searched all of it.
Like way back.
Yep, way back. Maybe
See, and
on a
then that
school
goes back
computer
to
or
if
something.
it's that pre-planned, if she knew that her and Albert were falling apart or whatever, you know, could that life insurance policy literally play into this? Could she have been setting up for there to be some type of accidental death, like the fire, the overdose, whatever, right? And then was she planning to take that money and just leave Albert because he didn't appreciate her enough?
I think that might be a thing because we know that she was looking at leaving Albert, and apparently Albert didn't know it.
Right. Leading up to it.
Yeah, I think that is a strong motivation that played into it, but I think if she stayed, she also didn't want to deal with Gannon anymore.
Right.
She really didn't want either one of the kids there, but she really didn't want to have to deal with him and the bowel thing and all of that. And I think that bowel issue plays a big part in this. And it pisses me off as a mom whose kid had bowel issues. I understand it. I understand how unpleasant it is to deal with, and I understand it's frustrating. But she just had an abnormal amount of hate for him. And I know the kids were apparently also seeing a therapist, Al said, because they were having separation problems from their mom and all that. I wonder if Gannon had said something to the therapist. I wonder about that
I wonder if we'll hear
because
from the therapist, honestly.
yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe Gannon had said something that she perceived as telling on her or gonna be a big problem or said something to somebody else. And I wonder that because he was shot in the jaw.
Abigail, they've never um proven that Al was having an affair on her. I really think that if Al would have been proved to have been cheating on her, that the defense would have brought it up because that would have played into her psychological break, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
it absolutely would have. And frankly, I haven't seen any proof that Al was cheating at this point. A lot of rumors with motivation started
Listen, he
on
is not a man
Facebook.
who wastes his time moving on. As soon as a relationship is over, he picks up and he jumps straight into the next one. So the
Well,
fact that
he
there was another woman shortly thereafter that was attending the vigils and everything else like that with him, that is not his current wife, it doesn't shock me because he doesn't waste no time. He really doesn't.
no,
But
he
as far
accepts it
as
and moves on.
right, as far as him cheating on her, we just don't know it. We just don't know. I really think they would have brought that up. And honestly, if you listen to when he says he got with T versus when he left Landon, they were already separated whenever him and T got together. So that's the other part of it. Like, we don't know if they had an inappropriate relationship prior to him and Landon separating or not, but um, based off of what he said on the stand, he met T through the baseball, but they did not start their relationship until after him and Landon separated. So regardless, like, I mean, but it again, that's neither here nor there. But what do you think about the fact that she said that he was burned more than he should have been?
I think that is a tell. I think that is her telling on herself.
Yeah. Yep, yep. Okay. And then I was gonna ask you, what do you think about yesterday with the nurse, okay? The injuries to her hands and different things like that. What do you make of the fact that she literally I'm shocked still. Like, I'm in a state of shock that she let them photograph her hands.
Um, I don't think she was comfortable of any of that because one, they took her DNA and all of the things. I am still highly upset that nobody asked if she took a pregnancy test. Because as much crap as she gave Al about her being 5 weeks pregnant and this, that, and the other, I just wanted to hear somebody say, yeah, we gave her a pregnancy test and it was negative. I just want justification at that point for Albert, frankly. Not that I have a dog in the fight, but she manipulated him with that. I'm depressed about that. I think she was very uncomfortable with being photographed and whatnot, and she bailed. She wasn't ever going to let him do the rest of the exam because there was nothing there to get. So, I mean, she just bailed.
The hand pictures, guys, were on the morning of the 29th, so it was 2 days later.
She didn't have as much injuries on her hands as I thought there would be. They were scraped up and banged up, but given everything done to Gannon, I would have thought there would have been more injuries.
Yeah, I was okay, so a lot of, like, the bruising and stuff like that, that I expected. I guess I was just expecting there to be more, like,
I was
cuts.
yes, I was expecting cuts from slippage. I don't think she had a box cutter. Um, maybe she took a couple swipes with the box cutter, but a box cutter wouldn't have held up to the deep stabs. It would have broken off. It couldn't have gone in and done the damage in his shoulder and the back chest cavity without breaking off. I work with box cutters for various things all the time, from wood and stuff like that. And whatever she had was sharp enough where it broke bones. That's not a box cutter. It could scrape, it could cut one, but it's not going to break bones. Um, it sounds to me like she had a K-bar kind of weapon, something with a good grip on it, because she didn't have any. She had that one spot where she said the dog bit her. That was the only spot that was really in question to me, but she had no slippage, cuts from slippage.
Right. I think too, the thing that bothers me after I was sitting here thinking about, she keeps mentioning over and over and over again the rectal bleeding and the constipation, and like, you know how I am. As soon as he says something more than once, like, my ears perk up because, okay, this is important. She keeps mentioning it. And I
Yeah.
can't help but wonder if the blood that's mixed in with the candle and the darkness and that, was that fecal matter and blood mixed? Did he have an accident on the floor? Or did she, like, punch him in the stomach or something and make him have an accident? Like, I can't help but think about that now that they have confirmed that there was blood mixed in with that.
Well, I have a worse theory. I think she stuck something up his rectum. I think she got mad about an accident, and it wasn't like an enema. It was, in my opinion, some kind of foreign object. And I wanted the autopsy to go over that, but I don't know if he had enough tissue left,
To
if
be
they
able to
could,
tell. Right, they couldn't even see the burns.
right? But I honestly think she keeps saying it over and over again that he was bleeding in his rectum, and I think that is a tell. There's a reason for that.
Seal, there were no scissors in the suitcase. The scissors were found in the dishwasher. But they have said they have said a couple times now that they have never located the item that was used to stab him. That was said. And so if it would have been the scissors, they would have said, "Hey, it was the scissors."
Well, I think she cut through places where there was blood and stuff, and she was just trying to get his DNA off. The box cutter, I know she used, or at least she said she used a
Yeah,
box
she used it
cutter.
for something.
Yeah, and I think she was scared because the way box cutters are made, that she could never get the DNA out of there. So I think she disposed of that somewhere in all of her travels. I think she got rid of it.
He said CDT that not only did Eduardo essay him, but she also said that Quincy Brown, whenever she changed stories, essayed them both. And so, yes, that is part of one of the things that she has alleged. And, in a way, I'm glad that his remains were too far along to tell for sure, because could you imagine that thought from his parents, like adding that to it? Adding if she did do something sexually to this child. It's horrible.
Well, I don't think it was sexual in nature. I think it was
Right,
vindictive.
part of the cover up.
Well, I don't think it was part of a cover up. I think it was just mean and vindictive.
Mhm.
And I don't think I'm the only one that suspects it. I can't speak for the family, but I know
There's a lot of people in chat who are actually agreeing with you that that's what they
how
also think.
how Al reacted at the memorial and things, and listening to the few times he did speak, and being an assault survivor himself. God love him. Um, yeah, I think it's suspect. I just
Right.
don't think that they had enough to prove it.
Right. Okay, so somebody else, Dynamite said, I think she made up Eduardo on the spot. She did. Eduardo is not a real person, and I know that that was said elsewhere that he was, but you can't make up somebody on the spot and then assign it to a person as their code name and have it be the same person. It just doesn't work like that. If anything, she eventually found a person's identity and said, "Oh, well, I call him Eduardo." But that doesn't mean that that's the person she alleged day one. Um, yeah, pushing. Maybe she gave him too much laxative. I have no idea. One thing was clear. She flat out said in front of Albert to that officer that he hadn't had his medicine for what, 3 days, I think she said. Because, oh well, we were gonna go hiking, so I didn't give it to him that day, and I didn't give it to him this day because of blah blah blah. Like, why? Why would you like medicine is supposed to be taken consistently for a reason. It
It
loses its
depends.
effectiveness if you don't use it properly.
It depends on which medicine she's talking about. If it's his meds, that's an alarm, but also the Miralax. And that's supposed to be given on a daily with a kid with a bowel issue. You just don't give it once or twice and then stop. You give it consistently. And but if somebody has something they're going to do where they're not going to be around bathrooms or something, a parent might change the time of day it's given. I don't recommend that at all. You're supposed to be really consistent. But she might could have been trying to say, "Well, I didn't give it to him because of this or that." I'm not sure which medication she's talking about, or if she's talking about all of them. She doesn't make it clear.
Right. And as far as Albert's dad goes, I believe yes, he is an offender. I would have to look it up again, but he is a registered offender, I believe. That's just me saying off of the top of my head for my memory because I don't have it right in front of me. But that is part of what his letters and talking about was, and we heard her mention that today in the first portion of the video about how Albert's sister had been violated by his dad. That's what T alleged. Um, and so that's one of the things, that he had in his past, knowing that this happened and why he was so, I think why he wrote the letter the way he did to Lena during his during his what was that called? Whenever he was at the
Eulogy.
church. Yes, eulogy.
Eulogy.
Thank you. I could not think of the word. Yes, I agree with you, Yellow Jelly Bean. I would encourage everyone to consider becoming a child advocate through Guardian Ad Litem or court-appointed special advocate, CASA. There are a lot of kids that need help. And what this is, for those of you who don't know, you can go, you take a few classes, basically. You obviously have to pass a background check. And then you are able to be there for whenever these kids are going through the CPS process and going through family court and stuff like that. You talk to the child, you find out what the child's needs and what's in the best interest of the child, and you try to help advocate for the child. And so if it's a situation, for example, like Harmony Montgomery, who should have never went back without a Montgomery, her CASA, her guardian ad litem, should have been there advocating for her to not have to go back or not to go with Adam. You know what I mean? So that's basically what that person does. Yeah, you can take a class online. It's something I really recommend everyone should do. You never know whenever there's going to be a child that might need you to be there for them. I agree with this too. Anyone should take a class just to know the red flags for a mandated reporter. That way, if you see something, you can say something. Ooh, do you think she has Munchausen? That's a very good question, Jinx. Do you think she has Munchausen in the bushes?
No, I think she's mean. I think she's bitter. I think she's manipulative. I think she has a lot of other things other than DD or DID going on. I don't think she has Munchausen. If she did, Harley would be sick. And
True. Harley was never sick.
Harley was never sick.
You're a mandated reporter. You work for vulnerable children and adults. Yeah. Same cray cray. I don't know. That video was, it seemed like it went fast. It did not feel like as long as what was playing was. Like, I think it's because there's actual video to watch with it and it's not just voice. It makes it a little bit easier.
I tell you what, that detective's got best poker face I've ever seen holding through all this.
Heck
That
yeah.
woman hasn't flinched yet. By now, if it was me, and this is why I shouldn't be in a position of authority, I would have had her in a headlock on the ground screaming, "What did you do to Gannon?" That woman, she's holding it, and I'm just outraged that T made allegations like Al's gonna be angry and beat up everybody. She made it seem like that. I mean, because by day 2, if he didn't punch her and beat her up and knock her down, I mean, that man, he's gentle. I'm telling you, with his kid missing, suspecting her, her lying, being shady, being crazy with, other family members, including Gannon's mother, all the things, and telling everybody all them obvious lies. At no point in time did he ever put his hands on her in this. I'm really proud of him because as a parent, if that was my missing child, I couldn't guarantee that. Not that I'm advocating for any man to ever hit a woman. I'm just
Right.
saying it
Just, it would be
pushes
difficult.
to
It
the
would
brink.
be. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mommy.
There you go.
Mommy, I make the airplane.
I did make you an airplane. She brought me a piece of paper covered in glue because they're out there making a craft right now with my mother-in-law, and it is she was like, "Can you make me an airplane?" And literally the entire inside of it is just covered in glue. I'm like, how can I fold this and not get covered in glue right now? Oh man. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know how he did it though. He literally he stayed calm through those calls until it was appropriate to not be calm anymore, right? He has stayed calm on these stands. Even whenever he was sitting there at the Starbucks, because that was a Starbucks interview the morning of the 28th that we heard first. It was 55 minutes. He sat there and he listened to everything T had to say. And then he told us on day one of this court hearing that he left there basically and he went and looked for her car. And that's when he knew she was lying. And so even though he played it completely cool and calm and just let her sit there and belittle his son and say everything she wanted to say horrible, he kept that in his mind and everything that he probably should have reacted out, right? Like, what are you talking about? He's not like that. That's how I would have responded.
Yeah.
But he stayed
He just
calm
let her
and then
go.
he just left her go, put it in his file, and then drove around and looked for her car and he knew she was lying. That I don't know. That takes some restraint there. That takes some
Well,
real
I would have
restraint.
to say that the military has drilled him to interrogate and to be interrogated. Don't forget, they just don't teach guys how to interrogate, they teach them how to survive one. And not only just to survive one, but to survive one in hostile situations. Not like the police asking questions, like, people really psychologically messing with you or physically messing with you. And so he's been conditioned. That is, you know, I guess a bonus of military training. He's been conditioned not to react if at all possible. And I think he also probably has a good nature anyway. I can't swear to that because I've never met the man. I don't know much about him and I'm not a fangirl. I'm not against him. He's just the parent of
Right.
this
He's
poor
just the parent.
child.
Exactly. Mhm.
But from what I'm seeing in the situation so far, and there weren't any threats or police calls or anything like that, I can say he held it together and there's no previous domestic violence complaints against him that I've seen. I'm just saying I think he probably has a good disposition anyway, but I'm proud of him. I'm proud the way he has held up in this. I couldn't do it. I couldn't hold up like he could. And I'm not saying he's a bad person for it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him holding up. And I'm not saying that he's not emotional. I believe he is truly, absolutely emotional in all of this. He just has learned how to bottle
One
it.
second, my headset just died, so I gotta switch over so I can hear you.
Okay. I do just honestly believe that he's done a fabulous job up to this point. I think he's going to get called back to the stand again, maybe more than once. I'm not sure. We'll see how this goes. But he's done a good job and he sure didn't take any crap off her lawyer. And I'm proud of him for that too. I really am. I'm really proud of him.
Okay, try to talk. Let me see if I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Maybe? No? Can't hear? Not yet?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now? Anything? Oh, but Sleuth Mom is muted. You are muted, Sleuth Mom.
I don't know why I can't hear her at all. This is so funny. She could hear me though. No, I can't hear her though.
I can hear you. I can absolutely hear you. Other than the fact that you're muted again. Oh dear. Tech problems. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't have a construction sign to put on the screen, but we sure need one. We need an orange cone out or something. Because we are sure
This is
falling
hilarious.
all
Like
over
I can't fix it. I don't know what happened. Hopefully we'll be able to hear court. We'll just pretend like we're talking to each other.
Okay. Um, hey, while I've got your all's attention, please, y'all hit that like button to the left below the video behind the chat screen. If you don't like what we're doing, hit a thumbs down, but please let us know either way. That literally helps YouTube with our algorithm and with us being able to make changes and do better. And obviously, we need to make a couple changes. Oh, and Sleuth Mom just got kicked out. Oh no. I guess this is gonna be a cuss jar day. One of the mods dropped the link for our cuss jar. That's an honor system, you guys. So it's optional. And Sleuth Mom is still muted.
Okay, I think I got it. That was so messed up. I couldn't hear you for the longest time. I'm like, are you kidding me? It was like stuck in my headphone, even though my headphone was dead and I couldn't get it to like come off. Can I say hi?
I say hello, everyone.
Go ahead, say hi to everyone.
Hi, everyone. And then this
Tell them hit the like button. No, you don't hit the like button. You tell them to hit the like button. She instantly like tried to push a button on the keyboard whenever I said that.
Train her right. Train her right.
We have about 4 minutes before court. No, 6 minutes before court starts back up.
Oh, I think this is going to get harder as we go today. I'm kind of dreading it, but kind of looking forward to getting it over with. I've been wanting to see this interview for a while and to know what went on with it. But I'll tell you what, the more tells I catch while she's talking, it 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 really upsets me. It really does, and I knew I'd be upset some, obviously, look at the case, but just the fact that she doesn't care. I mean, even now, after all this time, 3 years after, she doesn't have any remorse what she did to him. there's no remorse for what she did to the family, the entire family, even Harley. There's no remorse. She just doesn't care. And Sleuth Mom is muted still.
Harry came in. It's like they just want.
Sleuth Daddy.
Yeah, I sleep daddy. Yeah. We got like 5 more minutes, guys. 5 more minutes. Somebody asked me a question. I'm just doing one long video, Karen. We lost like half the crowd, and I got an email from a couple different people. Actually, I got 3 emails about the fact that people were trying to watch during work, and then they just lost the stream. It didn't reroute them the way that it was supposed to, and so then they couldn't like be in there, and so they asked like if because that way they could just stay in stream and not have to switch. And I get it, you know.
Well, I
He
think
is.
we're okay at this point because I think they're done with all the autopsy
Yeah,
things.
there shouldn't be
I
anything else
don't,
gruesome like that.
yeah, I don't think so.
It's so funny. Okay. He's almost noisier than the kids whenever he comes in. I'm serious. The dogs didn't bark because they were outside already, but he came in and he just starts talking to me. I'm like, whoa. Like, hey, I'm unmuted here. So, oh, thank goodness Avery just put the warning, guys. She's back. Let's stop talking about her. Everything should be fine now.
Don't say anything.
Kate. She says, that's kind of funny. Sleuth Daddy, I'm yo daddy. Oh, man. I made his account for him because whenever I was very first starting up, I was like, I only have like 80 subs, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was so sad. And of course, I made him an account so that I could make him subscribe as well. I think he's maybe been on the page like 3 times total, and one of them was me the other day whenever I had to message from the soccer field. So, yeah, no more talking about Avery. We were just getting to the good stuff, right? But thank you so much, In the Bushes, for coming up. Thank you, Jen Joya, for calling in, and Mama Kay. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for helping fill this time space each day. I apologize for how many times I had to mute and things like that. But like I said, regardless of who I have here helping out with the kids, I will never restrict them from coming into the room and or stop like talking to them or pausing for them or whatever. My family does still come first. So does my laundry. So if I'm not typing as much during this next little period, I apologize. It's because I still have a load to fold. So I hope that this, go ahead.
Y'all hit that like button. I'm going to jump off.
Bye, In the Bushes. Thank you.
Bye.
We were way too busy talking about Miss Greasy Hair. Oh, that's so funny. Hi, Mo. Yeah, we all live it. Exactly. Ringo, that's horrible. All right, let's get this up because I think the judge should be coming in any second now. And we will get it going. Maybe he'll be coming in any second. You have to get the laundry out of the dryer. That's so funny. Oh, well, thank you, Avery, for spreading the word. Look, everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's right. We do need to. You're having a watch party of the trial in my living room. That's exactly right. Well, close enough, anyways. No, I appreciate all of you guys being here, honestly, and the support. I mean, I know that there's about 100 other channels that you guys could choose to watch us on, and y'all picked me. It's appreciated. We do have mom life, exactly. You gotta walk your pet rock. I did that earlier. You looked at your laundry and did a hard pass. I almost did. Elizabeth, that's funny. I can't do that because if I do that, then I forget completely. Seriously. It's awful. They are. They're back. I heard the judge clear his throat.
Looks like the hearing tomorrow is remote.
Yes.
So there's not gonna be anybody here except me. So they can make everything here if they want.
I love the.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to the so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new build. I was gonna be like, hey, look, here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, "Hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home?" So I told them the model home, which was the same home that we had, I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say guy on the scene, but like the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it done. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. He was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, you know, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off on. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
You don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to, like, set, you know, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some, like, different cute outfits, because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm going to go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about, like, any, like, pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. He lays down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't remember.
Like that.
It's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong, when you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like, I got in the wrong one. So I went back. I guess that would be, I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see, did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes. Okay. That would be helpful.
Okay. So I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back, because I started off. I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco, and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, oh, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Lorson Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say time. Because,
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour. Do you have, like, any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me. It'll tell me, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me. My family likes to know where I'm at, so.
Well, I do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and, like, she was, like, really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of, like, do maybe a little over board of stalking them.
Hey, you know what? I
do that right now. I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm, like, trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it.
Mm-hmm.
She said it would tell if
like
you,
the
like,
crash detection.
Right, that's what she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that It was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection, it would alert authorities. They'll say, yeah, okay, this is, I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say, I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I
Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll, because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right, here we go. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here?
Yeah. We can set it down here. Just see if it keeps going. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened.
There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. But purchase cannot be completed. Huh. What does that mean? I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says the access signal, so. Free membership includes two. How long have you guys had that app? Oh, God. Since I started driving for a long time. Okay. Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah. I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
He just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase could not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon, these places that
Sorry, I was going to say, it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the...
Yours looks different than mine does. And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says, like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
those
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15 mile.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco cameras, I'm in the, can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like eating out or whatever. And he stays in the car, like, I'll really stay in the car all the time with, like, if like Lena's in the car and he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But and I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there,
so you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop.
Like, okay.
Like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home.
And I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want
you to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and
Michelle,
get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
If you gotta go,
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too. And it's oh.
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So, after you guys left Petco,
Mm-hmm.
So did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, like about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So like my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. Eyesight took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages, people were saying blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in the same day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 some that morning and we're returning at 2 something. So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And like,
more ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day,
okay,
they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was the whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first, and I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff. Now, I don't.
What store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that. Sure. So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And He was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and I saw we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and then there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there. He had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Man, he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me. He was like hard, like on the ground.
Okay.
And he was trying to like, rape me. And I just told her. I said, I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like, from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like, be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur, everything else that was going on. Because I was just like crying, freaking out. I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like, in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there. And so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit. And so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon and, like, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me. And so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of like that a little bit. And I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, like, because I told Albert and them about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like what am I doing? And Lena does make it through the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like it was a cop or if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that's, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes. But I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red blue table in there. Okay. He like, forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about. Was like Albert was gonna be upset. Gana's over here. Lena's coming. All these emotions are running through there, and he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase. And then he hit me on the head again, and I was like right here. He kept like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get a lift, whatever. You know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. We kind of get in a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that was the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. This is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of plan. I'm sorry that it might have delayed, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He bought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
I just said, no, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the so the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because
about 4 o'clock was whenever. Yeah. We can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did Harley come home? Or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. This is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. and I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's gonna want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call it.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured
I
anything
didn't
out?
come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, like where's Gannon, da da da. Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that can't live at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I made a decision.
Okay.
And so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? Would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like I told you I moved the carpet, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside, he went through the car, he went through the trunk, he went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He goes in the garage. He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the trunk. He looked through everything in the garage, with the bags, whatever over here. Came back in. He did the same thing, and like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, was anything missing? And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it or
about what I told you? No, I told them just the first like the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatcher.
Right.
That, and that was that, Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
And I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like where, like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand. Yeah. So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music. I was going to work out.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah. So I always have to
like
I always have to,
on your head.
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started going upstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
Like they're like a gold and matte, like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours, which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that, that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones. Right.
Okay.
So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. Yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was searching. And in my mind, I was freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they found our codes in our home. And so I was I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. And that was a personal situation that I just I didn't want to fuss with him about, like the working and changing. You're going to give up your career for this, this, and this. So I just said he knew I had just worked at French. So he knew that. So I said it was at French. One of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of. So he thought that I wanted him. He knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I'd stopped working there. So, and that's kind of I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that like I'm gonna be a flight attendant and oh never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to I think they make like 18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things like reserve shifts. You got my crash pads, so I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah. So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something. So I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bags. We walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term. It goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So it went to like the farther section and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning?
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay. So I drove the rental car back, got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me and people were everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally I gave in. I was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code and I tried to replace the code. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, you guys coming? And I said, yes, we're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home last night. And then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home?
No,
I parked your car.
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there. I didn't want people like, the domestic type situations like going on, just me, myself against you know, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning. Where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like, hey,
work at
the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so
Mhm.
over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
Wait, El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, maybe white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we only drove one car in case we came back. We had to stay at the hotel, so.
Okay.
So yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or
Yeah.
did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, you know, sending her death threats, you know. And so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I do have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
You know, sending her death threat, you know, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I did have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there, there's like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' mom.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. I have to like be like. Is it?
No, we're coming back.
Okay. I was gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Put my toaster on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, now's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Got the horn section over here.
We good to go?
We are.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? You need another cone? Okay, thank you. Water or anything? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't go to lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. Like, it wouldn't work out that way. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert loses his job. Okay. All right, let me do. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, need a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I just write some stuff down. So I did. So going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arm was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area. You just point to like wherever, like in this, like in the inner area, like this. Okay, so like right here. Yeah, but like the burns are like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit of like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm. It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of, like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out. Okay. And he was like hanging off the side of the off the side of the sofa. And he was still asleep? No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up. Okay. Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. he didn't mean to do it, that he's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot, like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake, like we would say in the mind of a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw things. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things, got like a handle and.
What color? You know, like he used.
Because I tried with the box cutter, but I couldn't, like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until it kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could, if you want me to drive you there, and like or whatever. I don't know. Like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds.
Okay.
That are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in or, like, 12 houses in? Or
yeah,
how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple. I'd rather just go show you because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like, you just go around. It's like in loop.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like, so you're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever?
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're gonna quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say we're gonna go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build, and you found this guy and asked him about.
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it might be a J if it's Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay. Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was like a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to,
someone knowledgeable to be able to,
yeah, right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes, and I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need. And he said, yes, we have a rule for that. They have I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along, I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, might have the same 4-in-1, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right.
He was
Like they
saying-
have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right, right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
Do you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're on the way, Mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it. And I gave him the code to get into the garage.
And so, and you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like, how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
So we never had made that just that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Holly's dad, he used to like work in like sheetrock and stuff like that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about this part, so sorry if we left that out. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 like on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
Sure, and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To, let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that to follow.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we just go back and get more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him like, okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him like, can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you mean just have it?
Like, did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or like
I was going to be like a package deal. I was assuming, but it's just like. I wasn't asking for like the carpet for the size room. I gave him like the like the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just like bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it. But then I was like, you have to measure, and then like. Because I changed tools, like one side was going to be like this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my thought process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that like trying to patch something would be kind of hard, right? Especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes, I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, like here's money, how much we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a good 2-3 minute conversation.
Okay.
Of the specifics that needed to be done, and I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and. Oh, we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a please do this for me, I really need it. Like I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor.
Yeah, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Holly's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper. faster, someone will come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So, I mean,
okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, you know. Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when I came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, you know, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing, you know? Sure. And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully if there's ever an emergency or anything like that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, you know, like sometimes, you know, like I knew like when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called? The hardwood floors. And we left like maybe like 10 little sheets and things like that. So like I thought, you know, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, you know, go find it. Yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision. When I probably could have just been like, hey, you know, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. But it was her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you rent. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought you guys owned.
No,
my bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but he wasn't here too.
Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a for skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish.
Okay.
Color.
And was his hair like? Did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, like a piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Maybe like a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
Like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was like some bad saying, but like maybe like a little bit of craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
Like acne?
Yeah, like scars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
so
so
like
acne, like scars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. and you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
Or his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like, like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything else.
Okay. So kind of like medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever, and it's different. So like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't know if sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have, because that wasn't something that, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I say under the vest, but like, you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember?
I just remember the red part, because remember I told you earlier, I was like, I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
The vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots, or like the construction boots that everybody wears.
Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light tan, like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody has a belt, but I just,
You said it was a tool belt?
yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket. I mean,
Okay.
and remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in black shirt, person whatever. I didn't. Okay. I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing, because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then and you went through the fact that so you guys left there and you went to Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route, but we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area, if that's what you're at. Okay. Yeah.
So what was, you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have like everything that was in all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever. Okay. I had cash put in there because I had gotten, I was playing the lottery. So I had got cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was, the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley, because Harley has been paying on the dog, because Chance, we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that the whole month, I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100, like when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like, that just wasn't in my mindset, because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right. And that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like I Zilly her money, or, like whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else Zilly, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. But they usually I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realize this, I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to, to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I would use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20s?
Yeah, so it's always tens, and the reason it's always tens is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the like the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
If you put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it, and you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery ticket.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried, you didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time. I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might beat me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like, don't think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that.
No, and what I was going to say is because, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children.
Right.
And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that, because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay?
Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to I don't want to be dreaming anymore.
I'm sorry, you don't want what?
Like dreaming. I want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting a battle, blocking out exactly everything,
Sure. Well, so
you'll just ask. Like I can say yes or no. Or I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of. Are you talking about like you're gonna ask me questions about like?
So what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day, and then and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong. Okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first.
I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased.
Okay.
The Petco bag.
Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct?
I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front without the truck.
Okay. So you come in through the garage, Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside?
I usually always go in to think about, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. Like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on, and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact time. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put
towels.
Right.
You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet.
Yeah, like in my mind, that was not like, some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs up the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like,
well, so
there's most activity.
I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay.
So I remember it was just basically being, like normal, because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet.
Sure.
I was on the direction I wanted to work out. I wanted to listen to my music. I wanted to like relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure, it should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house. But in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in to fix things. And, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it. But second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on, and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because like the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like it echoes really loud.
Oh, really?
Like it has like a louder echo through the vents.
Okay.
So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was like, like almost like an echo noise.
Okay.
And that was, and below my room would be that storage room.
Okay.
So
you were in your room when you heard that?
So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was I know I had the headphones on.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth, because I had a big speaker box over here. And then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing, because that would give you a better time, like a 254 or whatever, 25 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Sienna was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out, or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on that it went to that. Ganna came in,
Okay.
try to get on.
So
blah, blah, blah.
let's slow all that part down.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you go downstairs, you notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happens?
So I noticed that he was there. And
Mhm.
he had, I told you, when I went in my room earlier, one of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd, but I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open. So that kind of, my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
Okay.
That
So like you put it together.
right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to us to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from him, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was an attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and oh, I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff about like fire and stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepam. So I did go in, take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I should say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 of those. Okay. And so that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it, or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like almost like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like, I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or,
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like shelf.
Yeah, the shelf.
Okay. Perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it sit on something, or does it have its own feet?
Like is it on feet?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to like, I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, true. That's
yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so it was just, I only have to take them in panic attacks, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not that, but I'd taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack, and I had.
It was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like the whole anxiety of it.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You just had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption of saying. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it? Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no, automatic?
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like and do you know the caliber maybe?
I think the 380 maybe
380
or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was y'all's black gun. Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
Four.
Four. Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR or something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so two, I think they're both 2.38.
380?
Yeah, like I think I think it's like a 380. Like they're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. He's already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Well, no, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
That it was
not our black gun.
right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So, do you want me to go through the whole like assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect.
Looks like that's about right.
No, because I know there's another video I don't think it'll probably be mid-morning Friday where they get to me, so.
Not sure we're gonna finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Great.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables, you don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, court will be in recess then.
All right.
Break time. Should I talk as fast as she does? Thank God you don't have to hear her voice tomorrow. Oh man, thank you so much for sharing New Zealand and world mysteries. You think the twist is Eduardo is one of her personalities? Oh. That's actually a thought. What if? It would make sense as to why she is sitting listening and thinking that that's I mean, if she has DID, that's the only thing that really makes sense, I guess. No, 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 no. She is a mess, yeah. Oh my gosh. I swear the judge knows though, every time that I'm like in the middle of doing something, he's like, it's time for break. And I'm like, I looked at my husband because I was out in the kitchen. I had just finished the raviolis and the garlic bread is still in the oven for a couple more minutes. And I was like, did he just say it's time for break? So of course, we are so close to the end of the day though. Spare yourself. Looking back through the comments, sorry about everybody who I you know, deleted your comments earlier. That kind of stunk. Yeah, good possibility if she truly has DID, that would kind of fit a little bit. Um, if she saw Eduardo, aka herself, put him in a suitcase and all these things. Yes, raviolis, yum. Sun sleuth daddy. That's it. What time does it end? We will be done today at 7. So 20-minute break. I mean, we're still looking at like an hour and a half. Whew. Still got some time. Still got some time. Let's peek in on the West Boys trial for today. What do you guys think about that? Take a peek what's going on. Or what went on yesterday, even. Let me see here. I really wish. I know that tonight. Ooh, that's true. Locomai! Oh, goodness. Thank you for coming in, Locomai. Locomai just reminded me that this evening we will be live. Actually, I got to check my messages because I don't know if you ever messaged me back. Okay. So tonight we will be live, as in myself and the Locomai Life, and we will be on her channel tonight talking about Isabella Kalua, aka Ariel Sellers. I mostly call her Ariel Sellers because that is her name prior to her adoption. And sorry, my husband came in right whenever I said that. So we will be live tonight on the Local My Life's channel. If somebody could drop her link, and we will be talking about Ariel Sellers, aka Isabella Kalua. If you have not watched my playlist yet on her, please do so. Ariel was murdered by her adoptive monsters, and she still has not been located. However, they do know that she is deceased, unfortunately, because her sister was forced to carry her remains to the bedroom after she was dead. And so we're going to go back down through her story from beginning to end, because her court starts May 1. So hopefully they do not push it back again. But I plan to follow her case as well through courts. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch it live streamed or even listen. I'm still not sure what's going to happen yet, but I do have family members that should be at court each day that hopefully will keep me up to date on whatever is going on if they don't have someone from Hawaii in the courtroom, which I imagine at least a reporter will be. But our plan is to go back down through and just cover it like we would any other missing child until they were found. Yes, this is the one in Hawaii. Let me pull up an article about her so you guys can see who she is. Her story is really sad. Her adoptive monsters were actually friends with her caseworker prior to her adoption. And so when people started to report abuse and things like that, it was just kind of brushed under a rug. It was said that, well, because of her tough past, because she had so many issues, and things were going on, that's why she was having the issues that she was having, not because they were abusing her. And sorry, let me pull this up. This is an article from September of 2022. So this is her, though, 1 year after is what this article says. Where is she? A year after her disappearance. And but anyways, what I was saying was 6 weeks. 6 weeks is all it took from the time that she was placed in the Kalua's care until the first report of abuse came in. The first person said that Ariel was being punched, kicked, and starved by her adoptive family. And her adoptive family, because of their status in the church, because of their status in their local community, were able to convince people that it wasn't true, that Ariel was hurting herself and starving herself, and that she would sometimes even cut herself and pull out her own hair and cut her own hair and things like that. They alleged all of these awful, awful things were happening to this child. And the worst part about it is people believed them. We know now, based on things that her sister and other people have said, Ariel was only allowed to eat whenever they had company over. And so she would often gorge herself at family get-togethers because they had cookouts and things like that every week. And so she would gorge herself until she actually ended up throwing up. And that was a regular occurrence for her. And so then they started to tell people that they wouldn't feed her because she was just bulimic and she would throw it up anyways. Her adoptive monsters kept her inside of a dog crate with her hands duct taped, her mouth duct taped. And that is inevitably how she ended up deceased. She suffocated inside of her dog crate that they kept in the bathroom. It still bothers me, the fact that no one ever raised alarms as to why the Kaluas had a dog cage but had no dog. They had people who lived in the home with them. They had visitors every weekend, and no one ever said, "Where's your puppy?" Even though they had this dog cage. It is a horrible, horrible story, just on. And so we still don't know where her remains are. They planned to get rid of her. They planned to get rid of her. This is her. She was 6 years old at the time she disappeared. They planned to get rid of her, and they were successful. And that they took off a week full of work. 2 weeks, I actually think. Sunny took off and said that they had COVID back whenever it was just so easy to just say that you had COVID and you didn't have to go anywhere. And during that time frame, they cleaned up and they got rid of her remains. Some of these pictures, this one, for instance, she was constantly made to wear a mask when other people didn't have to in her family. And oftentimes you could see behind her mask, let me save this one and blow it up a little bit. You could see behind her mask sometimes that her mask was hiding. In some of these pictures, though, you can see behind her mask that she had black eyes or swollen cheeks, things like that, that were from abuse. She looked like this. This was one of her last pictures. Hold on, where's it at? Let me find it. I just seen it a second ago on the screen. One of the last pictures, though, that her biological grandmother took of her, she looked so healthy and happy and just full of life. And then her ending photos are just absolutely devastating. This is her one of the last photos. And then this is shortly after they got her. She was already skinny. She was already malnourished. They already chopped off her long, beautiful hair. And they just tortured her. They tortured her the entire time that they had her. And it just makes you question, why even bother? Why did they adopt her? Why did they do all of this work to get her just so that they could abuse her and treat her badly? And it's always bothered me. This was one of the very first cases. Here's a locumized flyer. But this is the last photo right here. The very last one that her grandma took of her, which is probably tiny on you guys' screen. Hold on. Here it is. This is the last photo, though, that they took of her before she went into CPS care. And what ended up happening, why she got removed from her grandmother, was because her grandmother's boyfriend at the time had an accident. And essentially, the caseworker told her, well, you're too busy. You have to take care of him. You're too busy for this, and all of those things. And so they removed the children from the grandmother's care and they put her in with the Kaluas. And the family thought at first, like, this is okay because the Kaluas are a good family. Ariel, they'll be fine. They'll be fine, is what they were thinking. But at the same time, the other side of the family, the father's side of the family, never even got alerted that these kids got taken from custody. And so the biological grandmother on the father's side, once she found out that her grandbabies were in custody, tried to get them. And the state refused to give them to her because she lived on a different island. And so they fought. They fought for these children, but they still have not been successful. Her siblings have still not been returned to all of their biological family. Her biological grandmother on her father's side learned that she was missing from the news. No one even contacted her. That's how she found out. She's seen the news to find out that her granddaughter was missing. And it's just devastating. And so this is what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about this family and the parties that they had and the cookouts that they had and all of that, all while these children were missing. And then these are some of her siblings and a cousin. She was standing here in this photo, and this photo is important because this is the day that they celebrated the fact that she was adopted. And if you notice her leg, it had been broken 2 different times and they didn't receive proper treatment for it. And so she was removed from this house. The children were removed temporarily while they investigated these injuries. And eventually it was said that she just fell on a trampoline and that's what happened. That and I think it was a broken wrist, Lokomai. Or a broken finger. Maybe it was a broken finger. But yeah, it's a sad, sad story about how these children were failed and are still being failed. I totally thought that I started playing Lokomai's video for you guys, and I didn't have my screen sharing. Such a dork. You think it was her hand? I have to look back through. Part of you're watching, reading today, not sure if it was wrist or finger. I have to go back and look. I was muted. I thought I was playing her video. Oh, but it's a really sad story. I mean, it really is. But so we're going to start going back down through her case before the trial comes and bring her name back to light. Yeah. The timelines of the pics is so disturbing. It really is. Really is. Yes, like Peter Boy in the ocean. His family never found him, but finally, years and years later, we were told where his resting place was. I really hope for the community's sake, for Oahu, since they were so invested. Everyone, her case for them was just as big as Gannon or the West Boys or, you know, Harmony. Like it was their big local case. And so I really hope that they stream it. I really hope that they are able to get something out there. Judy Jones, we're going to start tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Hawaii time. So we will talk about it, you know, tonight, this evening. Boo Will, you're leaving. Have a good night, Boo Will. I really hope they stream it, Louisiana Girl. That's the first you've heard of her case. Please go and check out the playlist. I covered this case from beginning to end. I was one of the first, you know, to be covering her. And her family reached out to me pretty early on, and I was able to interview them and have them on a couple times, and really connect with the details and everything. Yes, please go and sub up to Lokamai. She's absolutely amazing. She's actually who taught me how to go live, you guys. Honestly, she did so much to help me start out, her and Savage both. You're going to contact the family member who used to work for Hawaii News Now and see if we have options. Good. Yes, please do so. Please do so. I'm just trying to scroll up to the comments that I missed while I was talking. Whenever I start talking, like I get like very tunnel visioned about reading the chat. Like I stop reading the chat completely. Oh, I know. Somebody who placed a mom or a baby for adoption. It's scary to think about that, right? That could be a thing. That the monsters would just adopt them just to hurt them. It's terrifying. So funny. Let me see if I can find like a quick summary video about her case. Like 6 minutes or less. There has to be one.
All right.
O'Bannon, chaplain for LMPD. Following Dr. O'Bannon,
Just kidding. Court's back. I almost got through that commercial.
All right, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before. But hard to tell someone about people like touching me.
Sure, I get that.
And I just need to like not regret that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like you want to take a break?
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
Okay.
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay. So the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things. Is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual. You wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
right.
but not like just whoever else is in the hospital. Right. No. And so, because it is like a, because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that,
Okay.
right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses. So, and you know, they have their process that they go through and they collect all that evidence and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my,
But we need to know what happened because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
but that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like,
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it
I
is.
would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specifics, so that that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just the hard thing to be like, okay, your pants is heavy. Remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like moving?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, if someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was you know, like getting like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon's.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like, here you go. And
sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And not to mention, I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual. So it was, you know, a little bit. I don't know how to say, like, I did not know, I'm not bad, but it was
Sure.
Kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out,
Okay.
because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was more of like I just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. Like once we were, I can't talk about
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again. Like you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then I kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like,
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like I had that bolt of energy to like get up again. I don't know if they were like completed. I can't. I'm not wanting to think about that. That's good.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At some point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say that to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Yeah, anywhere else on your body?
With the penis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay,
Like
tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
Okay.
So he's very aware of, you know, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish
Mm-hmm.
is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up,
Mm-hmm.
that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Do you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon didn't, was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else, because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like feel like I'm gonna shoot somebody, you know, because I don't, what else are we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not, my mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, you know, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay.
Like in the
time frame. So when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling.
What was he yelling?
Like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me, as in like
Gannon was?
Yeah. Like,
what does he call you?
Because, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, you know, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall. Okay. Now maybe I did, but that I recall wasn't specific direction, you know, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember? I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noise? Pleasure noises? Yeah, I don't know how to describe it like pleasure noises, but like sound. Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name or if he jumped first, but
Okay. What does the man do?
it was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me,
Okay.
kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving.
Okay.
So obviously he's got to put more, more got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, why are you supposed to do it that way?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have pursued yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like anything other than I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self worth. Sure. Like and how you feel about yourself. Sure. You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was gonna say that to you. I forgot to like earlier. And again, you didn't ask me that because I wasn't thinking about. I could smell like a very um, strong paint or like a almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
and it has like that smell. Like I could smell that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, I'm I don't want to say like know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, drywall in general. So
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like
did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure. Sure.
Come up like aroma, and it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a fossil type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay. You kind of like you walk into a restaurant and there's like some fresh tomatoes and that.
What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's a back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction. Okay. And it was Florida. Kind of hard.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean
like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the motion and so he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then?
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts, or two triggers to the door. And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing always perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that, timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear this is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever, but I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of, here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, Daddy said go ride your bike, or
sure,
that type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
We don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done. Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened and try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit? Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
Probably, yeah. Are you asking about like punch or like?
Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here, because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't want to say trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my maybe spine. That part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little, like this, that little part, like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was the, so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, like I bite my nose or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs, and he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I be kind of try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt. So I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. He was demanding I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door. And I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was necessarily pleading or asking, Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what we end up being in again, being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely a blackout. And I don't remember, oh yeah, I remember I told you he was demanding different things. And I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase. And I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay. So it's like one you would check, not one you carry on.
You can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
check is the ones that like you give to them.
Right. That it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I say about 27.
Okay.
Inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home in it, take all of our stuff and like anything that needed. I thought he was gonna take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling. And I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything. And we just, whatever, and.
Okay. And you said that he wanted a box?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was going to pack our, whatever there was in our home. Originally, I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember, I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was trying done. But at that point, I thought he was gonna clean us out with, or I say clean us out, take whatever he could,
steal things.
Yeah, steal things from us because you can, if you're in Lorton Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that was my mindset of like,
oh, so you think that he was gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was gonna take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
yeah, like,
Not like he was stealing.
yeah,
from you.
yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to
Going
make
to
it.
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything
Sure.
that he wants to take. That was like in my mindset. And then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
Like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean, I do like walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle wants. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah, like
a wooden box?
Yeah,
like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why I mean that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go, but that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room?
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being like, upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is because in my mind I'm like, but I knew if I'm given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time like take my pants back off. Was it never like the first time?
Okay.
Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were like when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like I have to ask the question.
I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, you know, like loud banging, you know, but I don't remember, I couldn't see, you know, like what was going on or anything like that. I just, almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that cause like dreams, I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after the incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or, you know, somewhere hiding so that he knew, you know, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe he got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, that I was going to find him. Like we'd find him. That's when it really set in that I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, like hide behind the sofa or like boo, but it's only like, a little bit of time. But but we don't have like a violence of, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't, prone to be like, I'm going to hide out. But his personality is very, in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right. And that would have been, my thought. Again, Dana was on his medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a different, the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, so that's why I would have expected, that he would have come right out. But then, on his medicine, he'd been like zoned out, how to make decisions, correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork like he has medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention for ADHD. He needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we catch up. Because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach, when his stomach got hurt, and he didn't, that's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for
right.
Pretty much anybody, I think. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the gun?
So the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed with the black colors that it was. Mm-hmm. So remember, I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Or he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
after it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned
in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. So it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already straightened out his room from before because when he had the burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was he did have blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say I remember he was on not just on me. I feel like at some point in that Anna might have when the first time he might have landed on me or somehow I was holding him, not necessarily holding him, but I feel like he was there.
Okay. Okay.
So I had that knew he was here, but yet I was still taken advantage of.
Okay.
And but so yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been so it probably would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been it might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is because just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back because when I had to tell Albert, that was the first question that he asked was where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And so
I put the other guns were never had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't seen you.
Well, you're the person. Okay. So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your steel one?
My handgun was already in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. Where was it at?
In what you just told me.
In that,
yeah.
in that.
Council approach for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Well.
And I'm not, and then I'm like.
We only got.
Oh, I didn't tell you about the situation yesterday. So I'm watching
I know, it was fun. Timing was perfect.
Edge left so fast he forgot to mute.
That was fun. We needed some humor.
Yeah.
You know.
Wish I could hear him better.
I know, it was fun.
So sorry for your loss, Amanda. He needs a shot. Oh man. I know, I love when they forget to mute you. I'm trying to listen. You know the judge is probably like in the back too, like talking to his little court reporter buddy or whoever else, like, man, this is awful. I think somebody finally told them they weren't muted because people are always listening on WebEx and usually seem to notify them. Butterfly kisses. Thank you so much for the Cash App, hun. Just got it. What did you miss? Right now they are taking a 10-minute break and we are eavesdropping on their conversation pretty much because they forgot to mute.
Yeah. It's the one person. Yeah, I was like, it was really exact. Because it's really cast. No, I know. Oh, yeah, I went down and go. And just have to shake your head and be like,
It's still this year now?
yeah, I'm like, it's like a happy.
Like 2 hours later, since a whole tired. Reminded them.
Oh, they stopped. Yeah, I get what you're saying about that they might say something wrong, but so far so good, right? So I was reading up about your granddaughter. This is sad that they're just now, you said that they're just now heading to court. Was it delayed because of COVID, Amanda? Your niece. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought granddaughter. Was it delayed because of COVID too? I'm just looking because, like, she originally went missing in April of 2017, and then they found her remains 11 months later, it says. Did it take like a long period of time before they got arrested? Absolutely devastating. 16 whenever she disappeared. I guarantee you they looked at this as just another runaway.
I mean, my dad changed this. Like, be my neighbor.
Yeah.
That's a nice song.
Mm-hmm.
People like it.
Yeah, everyone loves it.
But why won't they say I love that?
They did. See, you guys worked. They arrested them pretty fast. That's good. That's really good.
Why won't they see it?
They did see it.
What?
See? Junior.
Junior see that?
They call you Junior because I don't want them to say your name.
Why? But I don't want them. But I want them to see it.
They can hear you.
But my name is Junior.
Well, that's what Mommy calls you.
No, you don't. You got to tell me Paige. Hi everyone, my name is Paige.
No. Here they go. They're back.
Sorry for the interruption. We have, we need to wait just 1 minute, I think, for one of the jurors. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I
Look in
know,
that direction.
I know.
You started here.
Yeah,
came to me.
yeah, I'm sure it's tape. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, she's.
I'm gonna recover it.
Signs back during the day. on openings. I did too. That was my word. I felt awful the night before. I was like, are you freaking kidding?
I don't even know. Nobody's done it.
I felt pretty bad. No. I ever.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too, except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Emily, I was trying to jump on that mute button so quick. She's like, I don't want to be called Junior.
Court will recall CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the word.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then?
About 5 till.
5 till, okay.
Yeah. So everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I tell you put put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun.
Okay.
To make sure it was in the same place.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all of them when you guys, I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about like I'll grab a knife. It was not true. I do not do that. Like I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never received any kind of counseling for anything. Yeah. So nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause a problem. And I just never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, 'cause I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something, I bet it's funny, something like, you're without, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away. Okay. And he was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed. Right. You went to the Newville area. You met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
He said, come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
but she said I was gone when we replaced the carpet. I was on shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay. I thought you said it. I was making sure you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I didn't have to go Petco. I had to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just have to do that.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. At some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I said Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee? Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts,
Mhm.
maybe? Okay. And then you get home about 2:30,
Mm-hmm.
2:30.
Mm-hmm.
You come in and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's going to fix it.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you get home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And
right.
You go back down, another altercation happens, and whenever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4:00. Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30. But it wouldn't have been after 4:45 because let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home. So she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding her bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15. No later, like I said, than 4:45 because that would have been already like on her way.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to doctorate. Yeah. Yeah. So Harley would have her judge Lena.
What is the you have an alarm on your house?
Mm-hmm.
What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT. Okay, so write that down. And you have the same. Is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or
like you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the.
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Jan's birthday.
Jan's birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and haven't eaten. And I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Right, yes, because I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say that, make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing. I had like washed the stuff like you and you guys. Yeah, sure.
I get it.
I had taken some of the stuff or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
yeah. Well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Thing, so they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and It was one of those.
And you can give him the alarm code, right? You just gave him the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm almost certain that I had set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that, can you use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, police and people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick and then be right back. Okay.
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips, they're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like she didn't say I would be. Like I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours. And she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me or, I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all those things.
Right. So it would be better to get the forensic exam done
over there, like
before you
not
take a shower.
Not like cleaned. I'm not doing like as in shaved and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I like that. That's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
Well, I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the thing done?
I didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
right?
And so that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body. To whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like,
if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said,
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
yeah, I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, so you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay. Oh, hi. Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
And you told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday. If you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I able
okay?
to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay?
But I've been hearing about a hospital. I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating because I've already given her information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, like or to have your body checked. So, right. So,
Were you suffering something? How did that happen?
it happened on Monday.
On Monday? What?
I can't right now and go through it again. I can't.
Okay.
Can't.
So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. So chapped. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out. Okay. And I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all this?
Right, I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that cup?
Nothing but. Can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So
Okay.
okay. We don't hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions.
But she finished what you just said.
I get that. Let me double check with her.
She said I could go. That she
finished up the interview. I don't know.
holding me here.
I'm not holding
Okay,
you.
so can someone lock me out?
You want to go? You want to leave?
I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
Well, I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand right.
That would be, well, you lean towards the door, so open the door. If you'd like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So
I'm not being able to chill out.
doing this is in Greece. Where do you want to go?
So am I not allowed to? I'm maybe asking the question.
Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something?
Right. Yes. I clearly you have my number. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna not answer you for anything. I can answer you.
Thanks, mate. How are you? Good, good. So, let me
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get it. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room.
Okay.
We're on camera. Mitch Mahalko, you think the investigation section. Okay. So at this point in time, we were just a step outside and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
You didn't ask, you took.
that point in time, you really, I
You didn't release the party, you took.
I kept the phone and I told you that you would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying. I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
I'm gonna ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant yet. You show me that. Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
Yeah, but could you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
That sounds
At this point, we're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
okay. Can I use another phone to show the attorney?
There are multiple phones here. So
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You can a warrant have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this.
You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want that. I want directions. I don't know. I want to get. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call. So teacher, at this point.
Retention for phone recording. At this point, we're going to help so we can do a search for it. So okay, so we're going to hold you here until we get that search.
Do I have to sit in the
Yes.
Do I have to like stay with the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. Sure, and I just can I think you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have been sure. But it was the way that you did. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the phone being taken, and that was disrespect. Okay. Right? And I'm sure that, I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected. That's fine. Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. It's like there's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? Halo for what now?
Getting search warrant.
We're getting brought up on the phone.
For you.
For me, what's needed?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing you stuck on it.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it.
Right?
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Okay. Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like? No, my fault. Nothing. I can't see nothing.
Well, I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is accustomed to.
So, yeah.
We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay. What we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
No, I had to like hold up.
And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to think
So hold on. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my body.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. We're telling you that you can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to a bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You just watch me. What about like a older drink or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water or a Gatorade.
Are you taking my drink? What in the what? Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could make the phone.
Yeah. I told you I'm going to say that.
But you said, oh,
Like, we're not asking you questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I'm
Not asking you.
the right thing.
Tisha, okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is, at this point in time,
I just want to know why.
you're no longer,
You're being-
please let me explain to
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave.
Right.
And, you know, you could stop answering questions.
Right.
Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
Okay.
through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So
to look at
basically,
evidence.
that's what it was. You want to put me there.
Free to leave.
Didn't want to be escorted to the basically. I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know
Okay,
you're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
But we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said, could you just take me over there?
Here's the thing, because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that
I
option.
understand.
So it's gonna take a little bit longer,
Okay.
and right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now, you're being held.
Okay. Can you do those questions then while the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney.
No, I
was out in the hallway, you said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing, I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask him,
I know, and
Not
the thing
against
is,
you.
I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay? So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions to ask me while we were.
Not at this point in time. Okay? If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
All right. We'll take our evening break. If we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss a case among yourself. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. And research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow. See if you can get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No, sir. Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So you can leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to lock up, let us know. We can put it in the evidence closet.
Thank you, Judge.
And get out of here. See.
All rise.
I really need to listen to that part where she's asking for an attorney again, or asking about she asked if I have to listen to it again because I missed it. She asked if she should get an attorney. I don't know. I was talking to the baby at the same time. So I need to rewatch that part.
Make sure that I covered everything that I need to cover.
Like stay with the door. I mean, I don't know. Hot meal. Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle.
Right, so that's what like you want to put me there.
For you to eat.
Don't want to be escorted to this. Basically, I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. Okay. You're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
But we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said since you just taken over this.
Here's the thing. Because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that option. So it's going to take a little bit longer. Okay. And right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now you're being held.
Okay.
Can you do those questions then while the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney. No, I was out in the hallway. You said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing. I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask them and
I know, and the thing is, I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay. So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions to ask me while we were
not at this point in time. Okay. If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
Okay, so she asked for an attorney in the hallway, not right there. And so then she said she doesn't want anything to be misinterpreted, so she can't ask any more questions. I just don't understand. Okay. If her constitutional rights were violated, the defense attorneys would have been all over it. But we haven't seen a cross-examination of this witness yet. We haven't even finished the video yet, I don't think. I think they just stopped it there. Wow. I don't know. This is hard for me because I am very big on the minute that she asked to leave, they should have just let her walk out. The lady was standing in front of the door. Like she blocked her exit. And even whenever I was a manager, that was a huge no-no. We always had to, if we were pulling an employee into the office, we always had to, even if the door was closed, we had to put ourselves on the side of the wall, and we were never allowed to sit in between the employee and the door. And I'm sure that for the police, it's probably similar types of training because we're never supposed to block their exit if they're not being detained. And she wasn't being detained. They told her that she was there on her own accord. They did not tell her that she was being interrogated, right? This was supposed to be an interview. And she was supposed to be there willingly. They told her she could leave at any point in time. The minute that she asked to leave, they should have said, well, now we're detaining you for da-da-da-da-da, right? They should have officially considered her a suspect and detained her the proper way for an interrogation at that point, not just held her against the room for an undetermined amount of time, because you got to remember, Mike Allen fast forwarded part of that. As a therapist, you don't block yourself from the door due to safety concerns. That makes sense there. I guess I'm thinking of it as a, you never want the person to feel like they're trapped. They did. So, and the nurse even said that it was a warrant for that stuff. Ooh, I don't know. This is going to be iffy. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, you think they panicked. They knew that she did this. At this point, they listened to this insane story. They knew she did this. They knew. I mean, she went to the car wash before she went there. It went to being detained and could be held. They can't force the same exam, but they can force the other types, right? Okay. You wonder if it's the same for detectives. And so that would make more sense in a danger type situation, you know, to be near the door. I guess that would make sense there. Oh. She was allowed to leave, but she wasn't allowed to leave right away. I mean, they held her for how long in between?
What is that?
That's a baby shark.
It's a mommy shark.
Yeah, it's a mommy shark. That's so cool, huh?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, talk about drawing attention to yourself. You can definitely be detained, right? But at what point does that change? I don't know. I'm going to have to look at Colorado law because I'm not sure how that works. They didn't say she couldn't leave. They just tried to convince her. Every time she said she wanted to leave, they kept making excuses as to why she shouldn't and couldn't, and then stood in front of the door so that she couldn't. I mean, the lady literally blocked the door with her body. Yeah, they told her she couldn't leave without being escorted. It's a very, very fine line. Ringo, they took her from this point, and we'll see this in the next part of this video, I'm sure, because it's still not over. They took her by ambulance to the hospital from this point. Has a good point. She was carrying evidence of the man who had Gannon, right? That's true.
Yeah.
No, you have to. Hey, put this on.
Want to.
You have to.
No.
But you have to. Please?
Oh, Dad. Oh, Daddy. Dad.
She's standing here in her robe because she was in the bathtub whenever he was like ending. She's trying to put her shirt on her and she's like, no, thank you. What is it? A battery?
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, they should have arrested her. I mean, and listen, this isn't to hate on their police work or anything else like that. This is more about at what point. Okay, let's think of it this way. If all the evidence that they had, was only from T's phone, from T's person, and they never found Gannon, if they never found Gannon, if they didn't find blood evidence in the house, okay? If those two things were true, and all they had was just this incident in the police station there, could this have jeopardized his case? Absolutely. I think they have enough with everything else, though, that it won't.
Mom, make me parent.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, what's that?
It's a mommy shark.
Oh. Hi, Mommy Shark.
Yeah, hi, Mommy Shark.
Oh, where's the baby shark? Where's the baby shark?
The baby shark is right below her. You see it? See him? He's teeny tiny. They knew she lied, so they didn't need an exam.
Hi, Mommy Shark.
Yeah. You have a question. What's up? Hi, Mommy Shark. You sing the song?
No.
You don't want to sing the song? Baby.
no.
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 Are you going to color me a pretty picture?
Yeah, I like color Mommy.
Mm-hmm.
I like color Mommy.
Go ahead. Go color a picture of Mommy. Let me see. Go ahead. Let me see it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whoa.
Oh, careful. Yeah, if they wanted to detain her, they should have made it clear before she tried to leave. I don't have any concerns about this case because of the fact that we know that she is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, right? So at that point, we know that she is admitting to doing this. And so all the prosecution has to do is prove that, yes, she did in fact do this and she was sane while she did it. But I don't think it jeopardizes the case, but I think that this is a situation where if they had less evidence, it very well could have. This was a messy mistake because I don't know. It's not going to be good. And like, no, the defense hasn't said anything yet, but the defense hasn't done a cross-examination of this witness yet, nor have we finished this video.
Oh no, I'm Dad.
Let me see. Looking for your question now.
Mommy. I want to my mommy.
If her life or if her rights were violated, when the defense have prevented the evidence from coming in. I'm not so sure that the defense watched this entire thing.
Mom, Dad. One.
Thank goodness you're quick to mute.
No.
Were you unmuted, PC? Were you talking? So, I don't know, you guys. We'll see what happens. I'm interested to see. I don't know. Yeah, obviously they got the warrant, they got the evidence, and everything's been rolled okay. But they should have let her leave when she wanted to leave.
See Mommy's side.
I don't know.
Hi, Mommy.
It's iffy. It's definitely very iffy.
One baby shark.
Go ahead.
A triangle baby shark.
Yeah.
And Mama will go color.
See, but they're not defending her to say that she didn't do anything. They're not defending her to say, oh, baby shark, that's hilarious. They're not defending her to say that she didn't do this crime. They're saying she did it. They're just saying she was crazy. If they were defending this to get rid of evidence, then I think they would have. I mean, what if all of this plays a part because of the fact that what if the defense psychologist is really going to say that she's Eduardo? Yeah, you're not hating on the cops, you just don't like it a bit. Exactly. I still think the officers in this case did a phenomenal job. I really do. They had a lot of things going for them and they kept her comfortable for 4.5 hours to sit there and talk. I just that last like 10 minutes, however long it was just no, I don't know, that wasn't cool. So, but anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here. I will be live with Locomai in about 3 hours. And so I hope to see you guys all on her channel. Then I believe that Criminality is coming live in like an hour and a half to do a review of everything from today and talk about I think all 3 cases. I think she's talking about the West Boys, she's talking about JJ and Tylee and Gannon. So I'll see you guys tonight, hopefully. Love you all. Bye. You want to say bye?
No.
You don't want to say bye to them?
I'm cleaning up.
Oh, you're cleaning up your picture? Okay. Do you want me to say bye for you?
Bye, everyone.
There you go. Bye, everyone. Talk to you guys later.